Hey everybody, welcome back to the Stone-Faced Reactions. I'm Theta, and we are here to do our seasonal anime review. I believe we are in the spring 2025 season, which means I always feel like this is the main time or the shows that everyone's anticipating comes out. I know this time around we've got a lot of new seasons of existing shows. And to reiterate existing rules, if a show wins the poll and it has multiple seasons and we haven't seen it before, what we have to do then is go back to season 1 and start from the beginning. We're not going to just jump in on whatever season won the poll. Oh, sorry, I realized I'm on the wrong tab? Yeah, sorry, I was on the wrong tab. I said spring, summer. I was just reading what was in front of me. Summer 2025 season, not spring. Despite the fact that you were just looking at a continuing thing, there are, obviously, as you're seeing right now, more continuing things. Anyway, that's the point. I just want to get that rule out there. If, say, for some reason, Dan to Dan wins, we would then have to go back to season 1 and start. What else? Oh, I mentioned a poll. What is going to happen here is that we're going to watch all 57 trailers, assumingly the list stayed the same since when I made it. We'll watch all 57 trailers. I'm going to rank them in the order that I feel like I would most want to watch them. And then the top 10 are going to be put on a poll, and the poll is going to be linked probably Discord, Patreon. Actually, probably just the Patreon, and there'll probably be a link on the Discord to the Patreon. And that's going to be where you're going to be able to weigh in. Of course, obviously, if you're watching this live with me, you can weigh in here too, because I'm very able to be influenced. I don't know how to, whatever. This is the place where you can get your voice heard before you can then use your own voice and vote. Alright, well, either way, let's go ahead, jump on into this, and see where we go. First off, we have Dan to Dan Season 2, the second season of Dan to Dan. Ogurun and Gigi have made a strange discovery while Momo finds herself under attack. What mysterious encounters await them next? I know very little about Dan to Dan. Well, I say I know very little. I've seen, obviously, the first trailer, and I'm aware it's like a cult guy, or is it a cult girl, an alien guy? By which I mean she's into the occult, he's into aliens. Or maybe it's reverse. I don't know. That's the concept I'm aware of. And apparently a sexy grandma. I think that's a thing.
この恨みは決して晴れん。
こいつはずっと一人で戦ってたんだ。ずっと苦しんでたんだよ。
同情なんかするんじゃねえ。やつは天才だ。あそこまで天才的に強力な霊力を持ってるやつはめったにいね
え。てめえももちゃん殴ったな。許さねえぜ。
You know, it doesn't look too bad. The art style really reminds me of Heavenly Delusion for some reason. I mean, that was pretty good. I wonder, did the original Dan to Dan come out in a season where we weren't doing reviews? That must have been what happened. Because Because I would have to have thought that I would have put that on a list if I was... Because again, that reminds me of... Actually, hold on. A little bit of bookkeeping over. I turned the volume down while we were watching the trailer. I don't know if you guys didn't like jump in to say, "Oh my god, this is incredibly loud," but it felt incredibly loud for me. So I'm just like slowly turning it down. Maybe I'll do 50% and hope that that keeps in future trailers, and then I can turn up the output on the mixer for you guys later. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that could have been on past seasonal reviews, and I didn't vote for it. I really got nostalgic when the preview opening stuff that we watch before the video comes on here, and sorry, I don't know why. I just my brain just fizzled out, bled out my nose while I was talking. What I'm trying to say is, before we start the recordings, I usually have airing all the openings and endings of anime that I've seen before, so that while you're waiting for me to show up, you can say, "Oh, he's seen that," right? Well, as I was sitting down, Heavenly Delusions opening and ending were playing, and I got real nostalgic. Because I fucking love that show. In fact, I tossed Griffin a message about how amazing it would be to run a Heavenly Delusion-based tabletop game. You know, have your players running 2 sets of characters, not knowing why they're separated, and then every so often have one of the players run the monster in an encounter, not knowing that monster is them, one of their other characters. Anyway, the art style of Dan very much reminds me of Heavenly Delusion. Like Heavenly Delusion meets Shonen Jump. Very interested. The only detractor here... Go ahead and just put that as number 1. The only detractor here, I feel like, is that it's the first thing that we watched, and we have 57 to go through. So it's going to have left a very strong impact on me. Because otherwise it's got to have a fading return 56 trailers later. We'll find out. Let's see. Second season of My Dress Up Darling, with all that description as well. Here's the difficulty. Here's another difficulty. I think I've said that twice now. I watched season 1 of My Dress Up Darling already. In fact, I think we did it on a seasonal anime review when Griffin was still around, and Griffin did not want to watch it. He saw the Ichi tag, he saw what was going on in the trailer, and he said, "No, thank you." I watched it. I fucking loved it. I know Lessons here on the channel. Lessons watched it. He loved it. He apparently read the whole manga. So Lessons is even further ahead of this than I am. I just don't know. I'm gonna watch the trailer. I know you're like, just watch the fucking trailer already. I will watch the trailer. It's just the idea is that I also don't know that it would be a good reaction from me. It's a show that I enjoy, but it's a show that I don't feel like I'd have a lot to say. I would just sit quietly and enjoy it, and it's not something I can put up on YouTube. I mean, we'll find out. I might just put everything I want to watch on the listing, and not deal with what would be a good reaction or not. Because at the end of the day, I do want to watch it.
あ、てか五条くんも食べる？
いいんですか？ありがとうございます。あ、
Yeah, because we've already established we're into each other.
北川さん。
Oh, that fits. I mean, we'll finally get into the romance element, I assume.
ストラップ買いに行こうぜ。今から私思い立ったら速攻動く人だから。ほら行こう。
And they just have a... I don't know what they're saying, but they just have a habit of miscommunication. You know, the classic anime romance thing. I will say, I did not specifically enjoy in season 1. Sorry, just setting this up. I did not specifically enjoy in season 1, where near the end, just in case I need that later, near the end, we went to the Love Hotel thing, and I know that wasn't the purpose of going there, but the scene that happened there just stood... I mean, it was entertaining. I'm not going to say it wasn't entertaining, but it stood opposed to the am I in love with him? What are my feelings here? That sort of stuff. So that has always just been a negative detractor in my head about how that season was starting to wrap up. Again, very interested. That's clear number 2 already, but just a concern in my head. How would I handle that? Kaiju No. 8, Season 2. Now, Kaiju No. 8 is a show I've heard a lot about. Obviously, Griffin wanted to watch it. I even think that didn't that come out before we started doing seasonal anime reviews? It might have been either before or during a different poll thing that we were doing. Because I know specifically Griffin put it into like a write-in. He wrote, okay, yeah, we weren't doing a seasonal anime review for some reason, but I had Griffin watch all the trailers of a season, and I watched all the trailers of a season, and we both wrote in to animes from that season we wanted to watch, and Kaiju No. 8 was one of his. Personally, there's nothing I've ever seen of the show that ever made me interested in it, but I don't really remember the first trailer. So I guess this is a second chance for Kaiju No. 8.
派手にやってくれたわ、あのボケ。死んでも戻ってきますよ。あの人は
最強の部隊を作り上げる。
第一部隊、日本最強部隊の隊長。
そうだ。あと少しでプラスのランク。
全く
Toho.
の念が湧いてこ
They
ない。
do a lot of good stuff.
カフカ、お前を第一部隊に編成する。どんなことでもやってやる。
俺はここで強
I
く。
guess there's an element here of not knowing the characters of the show that is not helping me in the trailer.
篠宮紀子、それから怪獣8号、礼儀も身なりも勤勉さも品位も僕は君に求めない。要求は一つだ。圧倒的な実力を示せ。
I suppose there's an element here of, like coming into season 3 or 4 of My Hero Academia and having never seen My Hero Academia before. The trailers that are supposed to inspire you just don't have the same effect if you don't kind of know anybody or what's going on. Likewise, I think Kaiju No. 8 just kind of feels like a My Hero Academia meets Attack on Titan. It doesn't look bad. I mean, I'll say that. It doesn't look bad. I know I just only have negative stuff to say about it because it's the only... I guess it's my default. I don't know. Obviously, it's a number 3 because we only have 3. But at the moment, I'm just not that inclined to watch it like last seasonal review where we had Fire Force. And y'all were like telling me Fire Force was good. I just haven't had that same rising voice to say, oh no, Kaiju No. 8's really good. And yes, I'm aware Rogue Knight is literally in the chat said good show, but I don't have that same energy from you about it. And by the way, let me know if the audio in the trailers is too low, too high. Again, hadn't really had the chance to measure it out. Next up, we got Hikaru, Hana, wa rin to Saku. Sorry, I'm not good at reading Japanese. Chidori High is a boys' school that takes in the dregs of society with the lowest grades. Next door stands Kikyo Girls High, where the wealthy high-class families send their precious daughters. Chidori's second year, Rintaro, who has a fierce face but a gentle heart, is helping at his family's patisserie? Is that, like a sweets, like a breaded sweets thing, right? When he meets a girl named Kokaru, the two hit it off right away, but this blissful peace is quickly disturbed when Rintaro discovers that Kuroku is actually a student at Kikyo. Worse, she doesn't seem to realize what a huge problem this really is. Will these two be able to forge a path for themselves and sidestep the traps, metaphorical and literal, laid by their classmates? I feel like there was a lot of references, because like there was a lot of names in there that I feel like I've heard in other anime before. Either way, feels like classic tomboy romance comedy. I think there was a pretty good one 2 seasons ago that we watched the trailer for. Cloverworks, haven't seen something from them in a while.
カーテンの向こう側、俺には一生関係ない世界だ。お前らさ、人に迷惑かけんな。
今度は一緒に食べましょうね。ケーキ。なんかお悩み中。
Obviously, I have nothing against the show us your characters trailer style.
どうでもいいでしょ。お嬢様はバカなんかと関わりたくないって。
Which is not really adding anything to what I just read.
カオルコ、その人誰？近くて遠い二人が織りなす青春彩る学園物語。珠玉の青春物語。
I guess the real drawback of this trailer style is that it makes it look more like a visual novel than it does an anime.
2025年7月放送予定。
I also feel like that trailer like stands opposed to the feel of what the description was. Like it ended on a classic comedy note. There was really nothing there. So I mean, clearly this is going to get a 4. This is going to become a really easy ranking if everything is just in the order that it is. Like, if the next thing we watch turns into a 5 on my list, it's gonna be easy day. Sakamoto Days, Part 2. This is also another one that I remember that I wanted to watch. I think it was in the top 10 of its season. The season that we did the ranking that time. So, I mean, here's the thing though, is I haven't heard a lot of good stuff about it. It was getting a lot of good vibes. The first season came out, and then I didn't hear anybody talk about it after that. So I guess maybe it wasn't as good as I was hoping.
早速ですが仕事の話を。このリストに載っている人間を殺してほしいのです。あれ？なんか痩せられない。坂本、スラーという人物を聞いたことがあるか。殺し屋殺しか。
Sakamoto slur.
この件はすでにオーダーが動いてる。しがない商店の店員は手を引きなよ。
嫌だ。死刑囚なんぞ関係ねえ。
I mentioned there's some element of this that gets ruined by watching season 2 stuff before you see the first season. Not the best CC, I'll say that.
中身見せて。
私がもっと可愛くしてやるよ。
殺しに心はいらない。娘がいるそうだね、坂本くん。
Okay, so they're threatening the assassin or former assassin's family from taking away from that.
父親として引けない時がある。大事なものは自分の手で守りたい。
おかえり、坂本太郎。尊い正義への一歩だ。
I mean, it does look very good. I'm still interested. However, I say what that really makes me feel is the same feelings I got watching the action scenes of like Mob Psycho, which is to say, I liked Mob Psycho. I think this is going to be our new number 3. There we go. I'm still very interested to see Sakamoto's days. This is a second opportunity for it to possibly win a poll. I'm not sure it can, though. It didn't win the first one. Either way, I'm still ranking these on want to watch over possibility to win. Gachiakuta? Is that how you say that? A boy lives in a floating town where the poor scrape by and the rich live a sumptuous life, simply casting their garbage off the side into the abyss. When he's falsely accused of murder, though, his wrongful conviction leads to an unimaginable punishment. Exile off the edge, with the rest of the trash. Down on the surface, the cast-off waste of humanity has bred vicious monsters and traveled the path of vengeance against those who cast him into hell. A boy will have to become a warrior. That's a pretty cool premise. I mean, initially I was thinking of Made in Abyss. Like, is this going to be another Made in Abyss with just a different cause? But then again, I don't think you can mimic Made in Abyss. We're all waiting for the new season of Made in Abyss. Yeah, no, this actually reminds me of that Western song that I can't remember the name of.
お前らを人間を全員ぶっ殺す。俺を見下したやつら、
Original work.
俺を犯人と決めつけたやつら、俺を奈落に落としたやつら。誰は全て奈落が飲み込むであろう。汚れてんのはお前らだ。
I know that name, but I can't think of it. Yashiano.
それまで死ぬのはお預けだ。
俺は園児、しがない掃除屋だ。お前、人の宝物取っておいてただで済むと思うなよ。
相手が強いと燃えるよね。全開だの。
I mean, essentially, it's going to be the main character is a villain, right? I mean, not a villain as per, but... That looks good. I mean, I'm down for a main character who is trying to destroy everybody, right? That's why I said not really the villain, but the villain per the society he's from. Sorry, my mind's blanking. It's just Bones. Okay, it's from Bones. I saw the name there, and I thought it was attached to a different company. One that I thought, maybe I thought I saw a different name. I thought I saw Hideaki Anno, which would be, you know, G-Quux, Evangelion, Nadia, all of those. I thought I saw their name. Clearly, I must not have. Also, it said original work, and right there on the top it says source manga. So it just means original manga. I don't know. I am interested. That is an interesting premise, and one I don't remember seeing in quite a while. Let's see here. Oh, did I? Yeah, I messed up. I just realized I put Gachi, whatever, this one at 3. In Sakamoto Days is still down here. Must have been misordered. Let me fix that. Put that at 3. And then what are we going to do with this one? I think this one is a... This one's going to be a 4. Call of the Night Season 2. The second season of Call of the Night, Ko overcomes his confusion about becoming a vampire and decides to like Nazuna, while Nazuna resolves to make Ko fall in love with her. Without understanding what love even is, the two of them spend their nights together in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Detective Anko is closing in with her plot to kill vampires. Not just Nazuna. A vampire's weakness is anything they were attached to when they were human, and so they all try to get rid of this weakness before it's too late. But Nazuna has no memory of her human life. What is Nazuna's hidden past? Why did Anko start killing vampires? And what is the secret that Nazuna and Anko share? For Ko, Nazuna, Anko, a fun late night doesn't end here. A new night begins. Here's my thing. I know that we watched Call of the Night back when Shy was also in the group. And I know Shy was super into the show. I don't remember if Griffin was or not. I know personally didn't do anything for me. It does sound like the show gets more interesting, or will get more interesting in season 2, but then again, I don't know what happened past the trailer when it came to season 1. So I guess the only thing we got to do here is click it and find out.
何しろ1年ルール。コウ君はだいたいあと10ヶ月以内に。
初めて血を吸われた日から1年以内に吸血鬼になれなかった人間は一生吸血鬼になれないらしい。
というわけで、
Gotta survive for a year not being a vampire, huh?
ヤモリ君を落とすためのアドバイス欲しいんだよね。で、なんだよこの格好は。
俺好きっていうのがよくわからなくて。
恋愛なんてギャンブルはな。
I mean, an immortal with amnesia is a classic trope.
かわいいよ。いつも。
こんばんは、まひるくん。キクさん。キクは何がしたいんだろう。
So I don't know which one of these is the vampire hunter.
なんだよ。なんであいつはこんなこと簡単に決めちまえるんだ。
いやー、わかる。わかるなー。
それで
That one?
会いたかったよ、あっくん。そして嘘つきのヤモリくん。
Yeah, that must be the vampire hunter.
七草なずなは元気か。
I don't know. From the description, I just anticipated the vampire hunter was going to be a cop or something. It doesn't look disinteresting. I don't know. The problem here is that we also don't have a top 10 yet, so it's not like I can say I'm not interested enough to watch it. It's just I don't anticipate this getting on the list very high. Also realize I have 2 5s still. Apparently I'm screwing this up at the earliest level. Call of the Night is obviously, when I say obviously, actually I'm going to put it as my 6. Despite everything I just said, I still think it's going to be better for me than the romance comedy that seemed to have been lacking any comedy in its trailer. Rising of the Shield Hero, Season 4. The Return of the Exiled. Oh, does that mean Bitch is coming back? Here's the thing. I have watched all of Season 1 of Rising of the Shield Hero. I even used to watch a channel that covered the differences between manga and the anime so that I would know what had been changed between the anime and the manga. Granted, that was back when Season 1 was first coming out, so, you know, bad memory, a lot of shows, don't quite remember everything. And then I watched the start of season 2, whenever the turtle thing happened. And I guess kind of like fell off of it after that. So the back half of season 2, no idea. The whatever season 3 was, even less of an idea. So I don't know who the exiled would be in that scenario. Like, still, Bitch from season 1 would be the only person I would have to go off of there. Either way, interesting. Unsure. Let's check it out. Kadokawa, though, I don't have a lot of good luck Kadokawa anime.
俺はそのふざけた国と話をつけるためまずは唯一の連絡線が出ているというシルトベルトに向かっている
Yeah, who the hell said assassins to kill
よくぞこのシ
Reptalia?
ルトベルトにご帰還遊ばされましたさながら大名行列だな
直文ちゃんってやっぱり勇者なのね
これより先に従者は参れません盾の勇者様は誤解をなさっているようですね何
本当に行かせたのか
Oh, we're going to that country that's all beast people.
どちらかを取ればもうどちらかと敵対することになりそうですねもはや我慢の限界ですわ
お父さんのため
Oh, that jackass still around now?
お父上の死に関わっている可能性があります
この力があれば盾の勇者など
That was Bitch. I recognize her grinning ass face. The music sounds closer to what I'm used to. I mean, more so specifically, I remember when they changed from the "No one's gonna stop me, no way," whatever the opening was for the first season, that it just didn't feel right because the first opening to Rising of the Shield Hero is just the perfect song for that anime. And I think that new opening, I'm assuming I was listening to the opening, could have been the ending, sounds on par with that. Where to put that in the order? I think I'm more inclined to watch that than Kaiju No.8. But not, Gacha. So, let's go ahead and say 5. Oh, that's why I messed up. I have a 6 sitting here. You guys can't see it. I have a 6 sitting over top of the word overall. That's what threw everything off. Rascal Does Not Dream of Santa Claus. Sequel to the film Is the Real Miniskirt Santa in a Sea of Fakes? Sakuda thought he'd already accomplished step 1, find Toko Kirishima. The next step was convincing her to help protect Mai, but that proved easier said than done. In the process, however, he makes a confusing discovery. There are multiple Toku Kirishimas. The Toko he knows may not actually be the person he's looking for. With clues from his friend's prophetic dreams, he gets closer to figuring out exactly what danger awaits Mai, but he'll have to sort through the fake Kirishimas and determine who's the real deal before it's too late. So this is another one of those things. I watched the original Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai back when it came out. I think it's come up quite often in the openings that play before we actually start the stream. However, I think I only watched like 9 episodes of it, because my whole thing was that I was more interested in the main romance plot of the anime. And then when we kept like drifting off to all of his friends' problems, I got less and less interested, because I kept coping, okay, let's go back to the romance plot that I'm most interested in. And then we just ended up getting like 1 episode of it or one scene of it every few episodes. And I was like, oh man, can we just go back to these two people that I want to see together? So yeah, was not aware that there was a whole series of movies and apparently other stuff. You know, as per the rules, if this were to win, I would have to go back to the beginning, and I guess that would ensure that I would also see everything. I know that I've had to get on lessons about this. He fucking loves this. Also, I guess one spoiler, he said something about this was really dark. Obviously not this season. I guess one of the movies or something like that. But I had to keep getting on him to like stop fucking telling me anything because this might fucking win. Who knows, right? But the element is, again, I've only seen the first like 9 episodes, so I guess spoiler territory. That is clicking on a trailer. That was the same thing, but with a Santa Claus outfit instead of a bunny girl outfit.
あずさ川にしか見えてないということは桜島先輩のケースと状況が似てるね。
霧島塔子の正体は不明ってことか。夢見るって何なの？
書いたことが次々と正夢になってるって噂が広まってるんだ。ここいいですか？あずさ川くんだよね。作田先生って呼んでいいですか？みんなと一緒に武道館に立ちたいんだ。一緒に。
Again, it's been a really long time, so I also can't remember what characters I would remember.
サンタクロースっていい子のところにプレゼントを配るものだからね。
思春期症候群。
The Spring Army is my wound.
思春期症候群が。
That's either something he just said or the name of the band.
みんなに笑われてたんだ。今の本当にムズキだった。私と作田は知ってるから。未来を変えるのがどれだけ残酷で大変か。約束覚えてますか？私の思春期症候群を治さないって。
Okay, no, it's something they said.
あずさ川くんはもうたどり着いた。プレゼントを欲しがったのはみんなの方だからね。
I know this armies thing that they're
みん
referencing.
なを思春期症候群から救い出す。
I mean, I always used to describe Bunny Girl Senpai as like the X-Men, but your puberty powers were actually a negative against you. Here's the thing. I so much did not remember anything about the show that when they showed us the main character, I thought that was a different guy. Like, for some reason, I remember the main guy looking different. So I was like, oh, are we just doing the same thing with a different character? And then he just kept showing up, and I was like, oh, maybe that's the guy. Maybe I just completely forgot what he looked like. I also apologize. Halfway through the trailer, my window thing fell off completely. So it was just like this next to me. Threw me off a little bit. Yeah, no, I have no idea what the hell's going on other than the fact that it looks like it starts off with the Bunny Girl storyline again, but with her dressed as Santa Claus instead. Again, the element that I have Rogue Knight in the chat going on about how good it is. I've had lessons telling me how good it is. And it would not for nothing be great to get lessons off my back about trying to give me spoilers and try and have him not spoil me by being unspoilable, which would be the element of watching it. Let's see. It's still not going to be at top right now. I'm going to say this is probably going to be the new number 5. So there is another anime that's coming up down the list somewhere that I keep getting confused with Call of the Night. I know it's a trailer we just watched, Call of the Night, but every time I see it on the list, I'm like, we haven't seen that yet. You'll know what I'm talking about when we get there. but every time I see Call of the Night has already got a number next to it, it just throws me for a second. The summer Hikaru died. I will say, not for nothing, name and poster alone, I saw the name of the poster a long time ago, and I was like, oh man, I want to know what the hell that's about, and I have been waiting to see what the trailer is. Now, I haven't even read the description, and I don't know what it's about, but the poster and the name. Now, granted, here's the problem. Here's the real problem. Cygames Pictures. Cygames Pictures is what sold me on Apocalypse Hotel, which we are currently still watching, which was completely not what the trailer was like at all. They've tricked me once. Damn it, I have a note about this in my Apocalypse Hotel notes that I can't remember what I wrote now. Specifically, I've only ever seen one other show from Cygames Pictures, and I can't remember what it was, which I don't recall having a problem with. On tone, which is the problem I have with Apocalypse Hotel at the moment. Tone. So, the fact that I've been so interested to see what this is about, and now just realizing that it said Cygames Pictures, it's like my history with Science Saru, right? Science Saru did Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken, I believe. But they also did another anime that we watched here on the channel that I did not like so much that I've erased it from my memory. So Science Sorrow has like a 50-50 record in my head. Cygames Pictures? I don't know. Two best friends living in a rural Japanese village, Yoshiki and Hikaru. Growing up together, they were inseparable, until the day Hikaru came back from the mountains and was no longer himself. Something has taken over Hikaru's body, memories, feelings, and everything they know begins to unravel. That kind of reminds me of Summer Days. Sorry, not Summer Days. Summertime Rendering. The backstory of Summertime Rendering is kind of like that, girl goes up into the mountains, comes back different, and that starts the whole background storyline of Summertime Rendering. That then the guy who gets off the boat then encounters and then has to figure out. Very interesting. But again, Cygames has tricked me before. Also kind of feels like with that description, that the poster actually gives a whole bunch of stuff away.
Omae sa, ほんまにあの山で1週間も行方不明だったん覚えてないんか
全然
どんだけみんな心配したと思っとるん
俺がおらんくて寂しかった
いや別になあ変なこと聞いてもええかお前やっぱ光ちゃうやろ
You never asked the body snatcher if they've been body... Ooh.
お前のこと大好きやねお前を殺したんだ
Yeah. That's exactly why you don't ask the body snatcher.
お前が何者やろうと偽物でもそばにいてほしい
ヒカルとなんかあった？
おそらくどこかに何らかの形で潜んでるんでしょうね。
俺は自分が何なのかよう知らん
お前が一体何者なんか
好きやめっちゃ好き
このままやと混ざるで
初めてここにいてええんやって思った
どこまでもお前に付き合うよ
It's very interesting.
たとえ俺の何かが壊れても
And again, not for nothing, does super imply that he killed his best friend and now is trying to be his best friend. Again, though, I'm on the back foot because of the whole Apocalypse Hotel thing. Because my worry is that the trailer puts it out there as though it's going to be this psychological... Well, I mean, it's literally a tag down there. Psychological horror thing. But whatever I expected from Apocalypse Hotel, and then that became a comedy, a slapstick comedy all over the place, that I could see this somehow in the back of my mind turning into a slapstick comedy. It does source off of a manga, though. That is to its benefit. Apocalypse Hotel wasn't based on anything, which means that they produced whatever they wanted to produce. It does have a good feel for summertime rendering, which I know everyone who watched that reaction thinks that I hated. I just didn't like how it ended. That's all. Oh god, this is probably gonna be worth it. This is still probably gonna be worth it. Alright, what's it better than? I'd probably want to see it. The element is also that it's new, and I don't particularly want to see it over something that, I already gave up once. So, let's say it's our new 6. Alright. Not helped by the number 25 hearted one. Dr. Stone, Science Future, the second core of the 4th season of Dr. Stone, which I do not recall particularly getting scored well the last time it showed up. I just never been interested in Dr. Stone. People say it's good. All I ever seen is like little clips that don't make much sense. No trailer. See if we can find something. Man, I assume this is still first season.
めでたいぜ。我らが新世界初のお客さんだ。
心電図、ポリグラフ、嘘発見器的なジーマーでプロの科学者。
Is the idea we just do whatever hasn't been reinvented yet?
ずっと科学が僕らのアドバンテージだった。けど今回は敵がそれを上回ってくるかもしれないんだ。ダークサイドの科学使いとガチ対決か。負けらんねえな、そんだけは。
Rogue Knight's pointing out this is the trailer from the last core, but at the same time, it's the only trailer we really have. If I'm gonna rank it, I'd rather rank it off of something than nothing.
世紀人類の科学の世界を少年科学王国を崩壊させるにはそのリーダーを消せば済む話だ。Okay.
That voice does not match that body at all.
石神千空
Also, I don't like the way that Rogue Knight is suggesting how I order things. That's how Griffin used to do it. Griffin would say, this feels like a 20, and then put a 20 on his board. I have to go down the order. This, at best, is going to be my number 11 at the moment. Doing it that way would drive me insane, and we would spend more time having me try to figure out the order of things. Grand Blue Season 2. I'm aware of the anime series called Grand Blue. I don't know anything about it. I think it's swimming. Then again, I think there's a lot of swimming anime with blue in the name. That sounds like the opening to the Tower of Druaga. Oh, no, went the other way with it. almost won like 100 bonus points if it went to the Tower of Druaga theme for some reason. I mean, it seems fun, but there's no meat in this for me to grab. It's not how I meant to say that at all, by the way. I meant to say there's no nothing that grabs me here. There's no meatiness to it. Because imagine, what do I think? I think I do best at shows that have like a deep subplot to pull me along. You know, let's say Apothecary Diaries, Link Click, Made in Abyss. Again, people think I hate it. Summertime Render. You know, shows that have a deeper narrative and a subtext and things like that. And this very much feels like a surface level show. So, not for me, I guess. Let's see. I mean, maybe a 10? It's probably around the same level as Call of the Night is for me. Yeah. I'd probably put Call of the Night above that, because Call of the Night at least portended to have some sort of subplot. New Panty and Stocking with Garterbelt. I am aware that there was a Panty and Stocking show, but that's it. I have no idea about anything else. The second season of Panty and Stocking with Garterbelt unveiled at Anime Expo's 2022 Trigger 10-year anniversary and announcement panel. Well, it's etchy, if you couldn't figure it out by the name.
神と悪魔の狭間の町で変わらずはびこる悪霊たちを人知の及ばぬ光でもって消し去る者たちがいた。
I mean, it certainly has an amazing art style. Sorry, were they doing like the inverse of One Punch Man?
今また
始まるんだなって大丈夫か
14年ぶりですよ。食らいついていってやるぞと。大好きな作品変えられなくてよかった。
メンバーでやろうと
熱くなってます。楽しんだもん勝ちかな。無茶をやればやるほど喜んでもらえる。やりすぎたということはないのだ。
あれは地上波では使えないから
大丈夫です。
十分すぎるぐらい。
すっごいかっこよかったです。
安心してください。
すごいなこのアニメ。
パンチ力のあるパワーアップ。期待を裏切らない。
本当にパンティ&ストッキングですから。
とんでもないことになって
If I knew the original, this would help me more. Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting art style. I would have to say it reminds me a lot of Puffy Yumi, which was a American cartoon based around the lead singers of Puffy Yumi, who themselves are the ones who sang the theme song for the Teen Titans cartoon, you know, which then got turned into Teen Titans Go. The art style just very much reminds me of that. I don't know what Panty and Stocking is about to understand what I saw in the trailer. It does help that the voice artists seem to be all about it. At the same time, voice artists are always all about what they're doing, so I've never once seen a voice artist been like, yeah, it was just a paycheck, right? They're especially not going to do it in the advertisement for the show. So, really, that's a non-starter. It's like, it's good to see, but at the end of the day, I don't think it helps. Very interesting art style, though. I might give it bonus points just for the art style. You know, let's push some of the double seasons down just a little bit more. I would be interested to see something new. Yeah, let's give it a 7. I was reincarnated as the 7th prince so I can take my time perfecting my magical ability Season 2. A show with, again, next to no description, that I remember watching the trailer for before and thought was a stupid premise. If memory serves, this is the one where he reincarnated. No, I think I might be thinking wrong. I was thinking about the show where the kid reincarnates into a world where there is no magic, but he really wanted to have magic in his original world. So he just kind of like forces magic to be real out of nowhere. Either way, I have started separating myself from my enjoyment of Isekai from the trash Isekai. I will say, I will liken it to this. I love zombie stuff, right? To the point where I watch bad zombie stuff and I still like it. I like Isekai, but I don't like Isekai that much. There was a time where there was a dearth of Isekai shows, like, you took what you could get. We have some really good Isekai out there. We don't have to settle anymore. This, I think, is going to be one of those settling shows because, again, I know I've seen the Season 1 trailer before and was not having it. So let's just get reminded about that, I guess.
グリモ見えてるか？発動してますぜ。神聖魔術。2年ぶりの教会だな。
精一杯精進するように。
はい。やめてください。サリアは私の友達です。ロイド、お姉ちゃんたちの演奏、しっかり見ておきなさい。
I guess a lot of stuff must have happened in the first season.
イーシャとサリア姉さんの演奏、すごいな。
図が高いぞ人間。我が名は天使ジリエル。今さら後悔しても慈悲はないぞ。
Okay, somebody unlocked their Bankai.
どれほどか試したいねえ、圧倒的な存在で何しちゃったんサリアったん。
Here's the problem, is that you get a whole sentence as the name of your anime, and then the anime trailer I'm watching here doesn't have anything to do with that, it doesn't seem.
お迷いですかな。さあこちらへ。
そんなことどうでもいい。俺は神聖魔術が知りたいだけなんだ。進化するぞ、凄まじい速度で。俺もまだまだだな。転生したら第七王子だったので気ままに魔術を極めます。第2期。
Yeah, like, am I just misunderstanding here? Like, they just said Prince again. And this says Prince. But legitimately, that seemed to be all female main characters. So shouldn't it say Princess and not Prince? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I was tempted to say that the art style looked interesting, but I think that's the new bare minimum art style, which is to say that's the bare minimum I would consider to be a good art style. Like, I'm sure we're going to get down to 57, and we're going to have, like, some whole CGI mess shows in there to compare, you know, what the bare minimum is for being good in the modern anime setting. Let's see here. This is probably... I feel like I would sooner watch Dr. Stone than this. That's an easy, just 14. Rent-A-Girlfriend, Season 3. I think Lessons has been talking about Rent-A-Girlfriend a lot. Like, he talks about it a lot. Nothing sinks in, because I've never seen anything about the show. And let's be honest here, I'm only half paying attention when there's shows I know nothing about. I think I've heard good things about Rent-A-Girlfriend. I think we've seen a trailer for it before on a seasonal anime review. At the same time, I don't remember having any strong thoughts about it one way or the other. Like, it wasn't so bad to remember, but it wasn't so good that I was hoping it would win. That's, it's not a damning thought when it comes to these seasonal anime reviews, but it's also not, like, the best. Okay, so we're in territory of comes from a manga, didn't have anything to show. See, what I'm trying to figure out if this is a show that's worth watching, based on a pretty meh opinion, this isn't doing anything to help me. I mean, they're great manga panels. If I was, like, on the fence about reading the manga, I think that would help. That's not where I am right now. That's not what we're doing. Yeah, I mean, God, what would I... Sorry, the act of scrolling down actually threw me off about where I was looking. I mean, I gotta give it a 15, only because I'm uninspired, right? It's not that it's a bad trailer, and that might be disingenuous. You know what? Actually, that might be disingenuous. I'm still probably more likely to watch Rent a Girlfriend than that Seventh Prince thing. Sorry, if I had to organize things, you wouldn't see that thing popping down every time. I just thought I could copy and paste this, and clearly that didn't work. Tougen Anki, Legend of the Cursed Blood. The bloodlines of Oni and Momotaru have been passed down among certain humans for generations. Long ago, the Oni, aware of their own ferocity, lived in seclusion. However, their peace was shattered by an invasion led by Momotaru. Over thousands of years, these two factions formed the Momotaru Agency and the Oni Agency, respectively, and have been locked in conflict ever since. The protagonist, thanks for naming them as such, Shiki Ichinose, suddenly learns of his Oni lineage following an unexpected attack by Momotaru. This revelation sets Shiki on a path to discover the destiny that lies within his blood. A meeting with the Oni dwelling within him, a new generation of dark heroics begins here in this tale of demons. I don't know what a Momotaru is. I kind of just assumed that it meant Oni and human from the outset, but it seems to be referring to them as separate from humans. I don't know what it is. Reading the description made me think of Bleach, Soul Society and Quincy's. But then again, that could just be an allusion to a bunch of other shows and stuff like that as well. It sounds interestingly. It sounds interesting enough. I mean, again, let's watch the trailer and find out.
This school is not a school to different. Momotaruに対抗するための訓練をする鬼のための学校羅刹学園だ。強くなれんなら願ってもね。学校でも何でも入ってやる。これは訓練だ。卒業後、お前らは最前線で桃太郎機関と戦うことになる。
Okay, it's one of these.
おいおい、何なんだよこれ。鬼の血は血液の形や強度を自由に変えられる。自分がイメージしたものが脳から
Hey, welcome to Dead Man Wonderland.
ビビったなら逃げてもいいぞ。ふざけんな。俺は強くなりてえんだ。親父の仇討つために。
It seems like you killed. Oh, the ferocity. I get it now. So the problem is that the Onis become berserkers, I think.
次は俺の番だな。
ここで逃げたら俺はそこまでだ。
じゃあ職場体験を始めようか。
I mean, I like the art style. That's pretty good too.
俺はここからだ。血色解放。こちら鬼機関京都支部。桃太郎機関による襲撃を受けている。至急応援を頼む。
Okay. Doing the end credits drop to show us something else. The problem I was having there, and see, I was thinking of scoring it like mid-tier. The problem I'm having here is the element of I don't think they're considering fully the nature of the reality, or that it's going to be so supernatural as to make me not care about the realistic elements. When we have the guy who's forming his blood as weapons, and I said, welcome to Dead Man Wonderland, I'm referencing Dead Man Wonderland because of the blood weapon elements, obviously, right? Our main character in Dead Man Wonderland can fire blood bullets, essentially, but the problem is he starts running out of blood, and that's the weakness of his ability. And then other people have different blood-based abilities, like the other guy who just forms blades and everything, and that's why he doesn't get weakened by his blood use. This guy formed, like, an assault rifle out of his blood, and I don't think they're gonna care. Like, it still seemed tied into his arm, like he's still using his own blood, but I just don't foresee them caring, in which case it's gonna be a power system that doesn't have those drawbacks. And I feel like the built-in drawback is going to be that the Onis are ferocious, right? Berserkers. That your own people are going to be the cause of your downfall. There are still interesting elements. I don't know. Maybe I will put it mid, regardless of that. Let's say, what are we looking at here? I'm going to say it's the new 8. Because again, I think I'm more interested to see something new than to see something return. You know, at least in the things that are more interesting new features than things I've seen before that dropped, right? I'm more interested to see a Tougen Anki that I have concerns about than a show that I had concerns about before and decided to stop watching. City, the animation. This town is not just a normal town. There's laughter, love, and emotional moments. An unpredictable, ordinary life presented by the residents. Exciting stuffs come one after another. Welcome to City. Comedy, slice of life. There's an art style there in that trailer that I recognize from other shows. I've always described this one show that everyone gives me this stupid look when I try and... there's a girl whose hair does funny things. Like they pop off her head, they fly into the air. I can't remember. It is a show from like 10 years ago. Okay, different from the poster.
なんだか面白くなってきやがったぜ。
お疲れのあの人エールです。しいたけに捨てるところなし。
This is extremely slice of life.
おはようございます。
腹減った。
I would sleep in my closet.
活動を発表いたします。ぶっぽい。ひつみさん。宝の地図。
見つけたやつの勝ち。
ないんですか？やりたいこと。
いっぱいありすぎて選べねえだろうがよ。でもどうせやるなら一番楽しいやつがいい。
This feels
ザ・アニメーション。
a million% slice of life. Like, I cannot imagine a more slice of life show. I don't know. Legitimately, I feel like this is going to be a happy show, and maybe I need a happy show in my life. What are we looking at over here? What are we looking at here? I'm thinking, off the cuff, this might be my new number 7. I feel like I really want to watch this show. Like, I know that I gave this whole thing about shows with depth and interesting story and background and all this other shit about, what fires off the neurons in the brain. I think this might just be a fun show. Like, it's just a fun show to watch. Doubts started entering into my head for a second there. Like, can it maintain that? Can every episode be what the trailer was? And typically, I think the answer is going to be no. But I'm still interested. I'm still interested beyond the doubt. 7. Silent Witch. Shinmoku no Maju no Kaku Shigoto. Monica Everett, the Silent Witch, is the world's only practitioner of voiceless magic. Oh, sounds familiar? Mushoku Tensei much? A veritable heroine who single-handedly fended off the Black Dragon of legend. However, the young prodigy is actually super-duper shy. Yep, turns out she only learned voiceless magic to avoid speaking in public. Ignorant of this, the 7 sages have placed her on a top-secret mission to guard the second prince. Can Monica keep it together as she contends with both social interaction and the evils targeting the young royal? Adventure fantasy. Well, the poster art style looks pretty good. However, I feel like they're giving us a second-tier story. I mentioned this last seasonal anime review. Second-tier story essentially being stories that have ripped off successful elements of previous season stories. Again, legitimately, just let's introduce the main character to their love interest immediately by the process of job. Only thing we can do is watch the trailer and find out.
あなたは我がリディル王国の頂点に立つ魔術師七賢人なのですよ。あなたにしかできない仕事があると思いませんか？
I'm sorry, is she not the character in the poster? Worldwide murder.
時間ねえぞモニカどうすんだな
ぜ第二王子の護衛を沈黙の魔女殿に
あれは化け物です。
期待なんてされなくていい。友達に親切にするのに理由なんていらないでしょ。
I say a little bit disappointed in the character stylings.
やはり彼女は無害な孤立だよ。
The art's not bad, don't get me wrong there. Again, bare minimum and above.
己のすべてを尽くし恩返しをすると。よかったら一緒に乗馬の授業を受けてみない？新しいことやってみたい。この学園に来てからいろんな人たちに助けられてる。
Definitely the second half of the trailer is much better than the first half.
私は何を返せるだろう。
Again, my disappointment is when I was looking at this poster here, I think I was imagining a character that looked more like Violet Evergarden. And now that I'm seeing what she actually looks like in the trailer, as opposed to what she looks like here, which is actually pretty much the same, is what I meant to say, I came up with a false expectation. It didn't look horrible. It just didn't look interesting. And unfortunately, I think the problem here is that our chart is filled with stuff that's at least interesting. Except for, again, get down to Rent a Girlfriend and below, because it's, manga panels, and then Seventh Prince just looked horrible. Oh, fuck. I still think I'm more likely to watch Dr. Stone than this. So, 16? Might seem unfair, but I guess it's just how weighted the top of the chart is already. And once again, this is just my opinion. My opinion will be filtered down into 10 options, which will then be your opinion. So, there's no freaking way I'll be your lover. Unless I don't particularly enjoy that follows Studio Mother right after. Renaku is leaving her awkward and lonely junior high life behind, determined to become a normal girl with normal friends in a high school. Glamorous, confident Mai is Renaku's total opposite, wealthy, outgoing, and literal fashion model. Against the odds, the two girls form an immediate connection. Renaku thinks she may have found the best friend of her dreams. Until Mai's romantic confession sends her into a tailspin. Renaku wants to prove to Mai that being BFFs is better than being girlfriends. But Mai is dead set on convincing Renaku that they're destined to be lovers. Let the love games begin. Second tier anime. Again, this is just God, my brain just stopped in the middle of talking. Oh, love me, mister. God, what's the name of the anime? God damn it, brain. I fucking watched all of it and I loved it. But My Dress Up Darling is the only thing coming into my head because I think I was watching them back to back. Love is War. This is your second tier, gender bent, Love is War. Might not be, but quite literally, take the two characters from Love is War, remove whatever you imagine their characteristics are, and put these in, and it's exactly the same thing. The least we can do, though, is watch the trailer and see.
昔から人気者とか人に好かれることに憧れてた。やっぱずっと一生は無理。どんなに頑張ったって、私はコミュ障の陰キャなんだ。私。
Okay, he didn't add the element that you almost died.
落ちる。
Okay, a little bit stupider that she jumped out with you.
大勢の輪に入って人と話すのが苦手でして。友達になろう。レナ君、本当の友達に。友達になろう。大塚さん。
すまない。どうやら私は君を一人の女性として好きになってしまった。
I mean, to be fair, she could have died with you.
やばい。待って待って。友達はどこ行ったの？
Oh, that's the reason why she fell off the first time. Seems to be implied by the trailer actions.
君の顔を思い浮かべていると胸のドキドキが収まらなくてな。気づいたんだ。君が好きだと。
急に褒められても笑顔ぐらいしか出ないよ。なんて。惚れたか、あの女に。やめといた方がいいとだけ。
It's a harem anime. Got even worse. It's a harem anime.
私が恋人になれるわけないじゃん。無理じゃなかった？ 7月放送開始。
今日はこれで我慢しておくとしよう。
I know the way that I said that, oh god, is a harem anime. It's just the element of, I can't remember the last harem anime that was any good. You know, never mind. I really enjoyed Gate, and Gate technically became a harem anime too. It's not that there's only bad harem anime, I just can't think of the exceptions in my mind. And I'm not particularly inclined towards this, because again, I already have Love is War, and this seems to be like, I know it's labeled as comedy, they didn't show any of that in the trailer, I feel like. Like, other than the element of, oh no, I almost fell off the edge and you jumped with me. I don't know, not scoring any high points for me. Let's see, what is it better than? Is it better than anything? Oh, it's definitely better than Seventh Prince. Is it better than Seventh Prince? Is Seven Prince getting a run for its money on the bottom of the score? You know, I'm gonna say it. I don't think it's better than Seven Prince. Sequel to A Couple of Cuckoos. I think it's a trailer that we also already saw once in a previous seasonal review. I will say, though, I don't remember anything about it. However, it does have the same comedy romance tags as the last one. We saw how that played out. It's in the top 20 of people wanting to see it, though.
私たちの両方の親が喜ぶのを見たいってなると、それってナギ君と結婚するってことだよね。取り違いから始まった私たちの同居生活。
妹の幸。
Oh, is this the one where they live together, but they're not actually related, and then they have to be in love? Man, at least this one has an obvious comedy premise built in. Vampire? I don't really to get the teeth thing going. It very much feels like obviously we're going to be introducing a third character into the duo comedy romance thing, but at the same time, I don't know that I'm interested. Like, I'm not very interested in what I saw in the trailer, let alone going back to season 1 and seeing what we saw in that. So, I mean, we'll be looking at score here. Probably just above Rent-A-Girlfriend, because again, Rent-A-Girlfriend just gave us a manga trailer, whereas this is at least something. So, say, New 17. Sequel to Reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon, something, 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 something. I know, this was the joke, Isekai anime of its season. Also, not for nothing, I did watch like 3 episodes of it. It wasn't bad. My problem with it is that it is, what if you took the overpowered Isekai protagonist and made them a vending machine? Because he does have those same like power sets of an overpowered Isekai protagonist. All he really lacks is the ability to talk, move, etc. But then again, he's surrounded by people in a world that understand how to use a vending machine, and also just kind of automatically understand what he's trying to imply to them via his very limited ability to communicate as a vending machine. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see if season 2... the element is I only watched 3 episodes, so I don't really know what to expect here. Not great. In the season 2 trailer, you have to recap the events of season 1, assuming that nobody saw it. Well, I always love it when the CC can't keep up. Again, it's a vending machine. Okay, so the season 2 trailer was the season 1 recap. Okay, that was nearly as bad as the Rent-A-Girlfriend one, which is we didn't have anything but manga panels, but they at least animated the manga panels. Legitimately, now I just know how season 1 goes, and if this somehow won, all I would be doing is going back to season 1 and starting that with the trailer having spoiled it for me. Ugh, what a bad trailer. That is the opposite effect of what you want. I'm going to say that because on trailer alone, I'm just disinclined to want to watch it. Like, I may have been inclined to watch it if you, like, made a good comedy trailer, but just telling me everything that happened in season 1 before, and nothing about season 2, I want to say that's obnoxious. I don't like that. I am literally going to put this at the bottom tier for how bad the trailer was. Tsuyokute New Saga. After a fierce battle, magic swordsman Kyle, not a name you hear often in anime, magic swordsman Kyle finally defeated the Demon Lord after being seriously injured in the battle. Kyle, on the verge of death, approaches a relic which is a possession of the Demon Lord and sends him to the past. After recovering from the initial shock, he decides to use this opportunity to avoid making the same mistakes of the past and become stronger. Note, initially scheduled for July 2023, the anime saw several delays and a complete change in director. Previously somebody, and studio previously somebody else. That's not great. I mean, I'm assuming in the course of 2 years they could have finished it. It is based off of a light novel. For a moment I thought they were going to say change of direction, not change of director. It's not a bad premise. It's essentially... Sorry, I was about to say the Demon Lord is a part-timer, the devil is a part-timer, but instead of going to a different world, going into the past. Also, I guess, sent him into his own past and not him just, like, into the past. Because assumedly, if he just went into the past, there would be 2 of him. One doing the exact same thing that he did, and another one who's going to not do the same thing that he did. Let's see. The element that it was supposed to have been released 2 years ago is kind of a detractor.
光の神々の加護を受けた種族、人族、闇に祝福された種族、魔族。守りたかったもの、もう何もない。故郷、家族も仲間も愛する人も全て失った。
A bit more of a serious art style than I was anticipating.
いつまで寝てんの？
これは夢か。
あら、カイルちゃん。
もう朝だよ、母さん。
命を魔力に変換する生贄の儀式ね。
過去に戻る魔法、そんなものがあるはずが。
神竜の心臓なら過去に
Oh no, is this actually a second tier anime?
この平穏は3年後に終わる。この事実を知っているのは俺だけ。何もしなければあの時と同じ光景をまた見ることになる。お前本当に英雄になるつもりなのか？
身にまとってる雰囲気が段違いだ。何かあったのかい？
貴様何者だ？お主は時を遡ったのと同時に新しい世界に来たのじゃ。
俺はこの日誓ったんだ。
Okay, other people just know. Oh, I like that. She clearly died in the future.
この世界の運命を変えてやる。
Oh, this is actually more interesting than I thought it might be. There's elements at play here that makes it seem like Sorry, I was about to say Mushoku Tensei. The element of starting over again, but he didn't start as a child like I thought he was going to. So I quickly separated myself from that thought. There was another thing that it very much felt like it was a copy of, but I feel like it moved past that. And again, the art style isn't that soft edge, more childlike thing that I was kind of anticipating it might turn into, but it actually seems to have a rugged edge of a more adult story. And again, seeing him crying and hugging a person who very clearly seems to imply to me that that person died in the previous timeline, and the whole things are going to get awful in 3 years and nobody knows it but me. There's something here. I feel like there's something here. Let's see, where are we at? What is this better than? Better than Shield Hero. Definitely, I say. Cursed Blood. I think it's probably better than Cursed Blood. My interest level, I'm saying. Obviously, if you see me, I should have mirrored my camera because technically I'm looking this way because that's where I put my list, and I would be better suited if I was looking this way, but unfortunately, actually, hold on. No, it's better this. It's better like this, even if it doesn't make any sense. Actually, I think I'm probably more likely to watch this than Panty and Stocking. It's a different feel from City, that's definitely sure. Am I more likely to watch this than City, the animation? You know, I'm going to put that there. I'm going to say more likely than City. City is a 7. Next up, Mizu Zokusei no Mahou Sokai. Ryu is delighted to be reincarnated into the fantastical world of Phi, where he thinks he'll get to live a quiet life learning to use his newfound water magic. Going with the flow here, however, means something very different. Ryu is immediately pitted against the wild lands he winds up in and the slew of deadly monsters that call the remote subcontinent home. You'd think he'd forget about taking it easy when he's stuck fighting for his life, but lucky for Ryu, he's naturally optimistic, clever, and blessed with a hidden eternal youth trait. 20 years pass in the blink of an eye, and each encounter along the way pushes him one step closer to the pinnacle of human magic. Little does he realize Little does he realize that's only the opening chapter of his tale. A fateful meeting soon thrusts Ryu into the forefront of history, forever changing the course of his life. Thus begins the adventure of the strongest water magician the world has ever seen, who also likes to do things at his own pace. I mean, I guess it's helpful to have a character who is eternal youth and slow. Furin much, I guess. I mean, yeah. I hate to constantly be calling out anime as second tier because, you know, there are most combination of stories have already been told, right? That's the reality of living life in the modern age. So from one aspect, if I can only compare it to like one thing, then maybe it's not second tier. It just feels like they're describing Frieren without the emotional core that Frieren has. It's also, not for nothing, sounds like an isekai, reincarnated into a fantastical world, implying that he knows he comes from somewhere else. So, Frieren's power set with an isekai. Again, the trailer could surprise me. The last one did. Again, I always get surprised seeing TBS, because I know there's a Japanese station called TBS, but there's also a TBS here in America. Again, the entire description is about him being alone on a subcontinent, and we're instantly being introduced to characters that aren't him. Oh, there we go. Reincarnation. Wait, I'm confused. Was the other guy shipwrecked, and then this guy gets reincarnated into that guy's body? I mean, cool art style, but I've seen Ruri do it.
水属性の魔法使い TBS 他にて2025年7月から放送開始
Okay, here's the thing. It doesn't look bad. Again, not as bad as I expected it to be. At the same time, I would say it's in that territory that I described before, middling. Which is to say, I don't see anything new there, nothing that gets me hyped or interested. But I didn't see anything bad either. Like, again, what are we going to compare it against? What's the middle ground here? Ironically, even though I said all that negative stuff, I still think it's better than some of the stuff I've got on the list here. Probably... I didn't feel anything for Call of the Night. I'd say probably just under Kaiju number 8. Still not top 10 material. I mean, I guess it's literally in the middle of my list now. So it does follow through on what I said. So 13. Isekai Mokushiruko Mynoghra. And you can fuck off if you think I'm reading the rest. I'm already struggling. Takuto, or I'm just going to call him Ira. Ira succumbed to illness at a young age and ended up reincarnating in a world that resembles the fantasy turn-based strategy game Eternal Nations. Not only did he reincarnate into his favorite game, but as the god who commands the evil civilization Mynoghra. With Mynoghra's beautiful hero unit, Sludge Witch Atto, by his side, not even legendarily difficult race traits will stand in the way of restarting their civilization. Lord Takuto, won't you start over with me? Explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. A tactical fantasy world is waiting for heroes like you. Join Eternal Nations today. Eternal Nations better not be a real game, or it better be. I don't know which is the better plot point there. Because I was literally thinking about this while I was reading it, and I was like, oh man, if there was an actual game, and they just tied their whole anime to it, that would be amazing. But this is source light novel, so seems unlikely. It really depends on how this trailer plays out. This could be one of the most amazing things, because I would love to see an RTS anime, but it feels like it's going to be like Overlord, right? He's going to be in the setting and just doing stuff. And the quote there, won't you start over with me? I don't really feel like I would need a harem. I don't want another harem. So if this pulls into the harem side of things, minus points. If this pulls into the RTS side of things, plus points. Alright, the Evil Nation. It's the Evil Nation. Alright, Evil Nation. Overlord. It is a second-tier anime. And they didn't even have the balls to make him a giant evil monster guy. I remember they even mentioned evil traits. What negative evil traits?
僕の手でみんなを幸福の絶頂に導いてあげよう。
And he looks like the guy from the Mjolnir, Ragnarok Mjolnir anime, which is like one of the worst that I've ever described, which itself is also an isekai. And if she's like the sludge witch, where was the sludge at? No, that's bad. That just looks bad. Alright, what do we got here? Again, the problem is that we've got such a list where just being bad doesn't even put you at the bottom at the moment. That's the problem, is our top tier stuff is pretty damn good. Our bottom tier stuff is bad for many different reasons, but some of them don't even involve their own badness, which is why we can have shows here finding their way towards the middle, but being bad. I'm gonna say that shows that I don't want to watch still had creative elements in it that this one seems to be lacking. Rent a Girlfriend, for example. Seventh Prince. I feel like this is in the realm of Seventh Prince. I think Seventh Prince was still more original than this. I'm gonna say this is our new number 22. Okay. I was going to point out, legitimately, Totally Bound Otaku here. No, Hanako, sorry. Totally Bound Hanako. When it was right here, when it was right there, I saw the top of the poster and thought to myself, oh, is there another assassination classroom story going? So I thought that was the top of the teacher's face and like a smile. Scroll down, completely wrong. I remember we saw a trailer for Toilet Bound Hanako in a previous seasonal anime review. Don't remember anything about it. I remember it looked alright, like good art style. Not much opinion about the storyline. And I also remember it slowly got whittled down the list. But again, that doesn't actually denote that it's bad or anything. That just denotes that better stuff was present. So, only thing to do, see the trailer. No trailer. Cool. Let's see if we can find something.
Ne, こんな噂知ってる？時を操る時計の噂。
七不思議が一番、三人の時計森。彼らはそれぞれ時間を操る力を持っている。一人目は過去、時を戻し。二人目は現在。
Sounds like they said artifacts, but it seems like they're talking about the people
三人目
too.
は未来、時を進める。社が未来に触られないようにして、絶対に。
みんながじいさんとばあさんに。
Pretty funny.
ねえ社、普段隠してる力を使うとしたらどんな時だと思う？
I mean, really good art style.
いいね。君みたいな人間、俺大好き。よろしくね。
Okay. I'll say I'm pretty interested. And I think that's enough to actually bump it up really high on the list. Because I still think Cursed Blood has good opportunities, but again, nothing that I was really interested in seeing there. This is good art style and world building, I feel like, is involved there. Again, I remember the season 1 being a pretty good trailer, but just lacked something that the rest of the season, that season stuff had. This time around, though, I think our weigh-in of stuff isn't actually that great. It might actually... I am thinking, at the very least, number 10 right now. Our new number 10. The element that I don't know much about Panty and Stocking... actually, I think it's going to be number 9. Panty and Stocking was really just sitting on its creative art style. And I guess maybe a certain love for Puffy Amiyumi from back in the day. Yeah, it's gonna be our new number 9. Okay. Arknights, Rise from Ember. I remember being really interested in Arknights, and then seeing the trailer and being really disappointed. Do not remember why. But apparently a season 2, so I guess it did alright. She was supposed to be a beacon of hope, but now her anger and hatred have turned into flames of war and are about to engulf the people. Only Rhodes Island, a neutral organization, can stop Reunion's rampage and the conspiracy behind it. Amia and the others head towards Chernobog's core city. Sorry, I didn't see the word city there. Which is on a collision course with Lungmen. What fate awaits them there?
もう少しだけ私に見ることを許してください。タルラの真実を。
人は決してコシチェイの言うようなものじゃない。だから私は絶対に誰も憎まない。
What didn't I like about this?
不要です。ことをなすための苦痛は必然ですから。
タルラはいろんなことを忘れて諦めて自分を許しながら前へ進むべきよ。
私たちの行いは良い結果をもたら
There's
す。
something about the art style just doesn't seem to
それは
work with me
この
here.
大地に生きるすべてのものにふさわしい未来だ。見ていてくれ、アリーナ。
彼女と共に歩んでみよう。父さん。
At the same time, I really like this.
私は進軍する。
あなたは越えなければならない壁なんだ。
うるさい。よくそんな知らずらしいセリフ吐けるわね。
Language.
まないパトリオット。アーミヤさん。
私が殺す。アーミヤが嫌なら私が殺す。
私たちには逃れることのできない過去がある。私は君たちの敵なのか。己と戦え。タルラ。
分裂の剣。立つるにあたりて。すなわち立つ。
Nice. I don't remember what it was about the first trailer that I didn't like that much.
人々を傷つけさせはしません。
Might be an element of the season that Arknights came out. There was other stuff that was really good. Because that looked really interesting. Because I also like that it wasn't like... How do I describe this? Fast-paced for the purposes of being fast-paced. Like in a bunch of shonen shows, right? They will do a lot of fast-paced action just like to move scene to scene. Versus, say, combat scenes, say, like Fate Zero, right? Fate Zero combats feel purposeful and involved. People take slow, deliberate actions and then do a thing. That's kind of what this felt like. I didn't see anything that didn't feel deliberate and on purpose, rather than just quick-paced shock action. I think this is going to go pretty high. Oh, god damn it. Now I think we're finally getting to the element of actually deciding what to push off of the top 10 that actually feels like it deserves to be up there. Because anything I put in the top 10 now is going to push something else out. What is the minimum? Panty and Stocking. Which is a shame, because I really am interested to see Panty and Stocking, but apparently it's not going to be. Oh man, I don't want to push City out. City is so... feels like it's going to be so unique. Wherever I put this, something's going to be in danger. The new saga, I guess... yeah, I guess it's going to have to be my new number 8. Which again, reminder, means I'm going to have to go back and watch the first Arknights as well. Alright, we are 26 out of 57. Alright, Solo Camping for 2. which is slice of life, but again, it's going to be competing against City the Animation, which is pretty damn interesting. Jen, 34 years old, a solitary camper who cherishes his alone time in nature. Jen enjoys his usual solo camping trips. However, he unexpectedly encounters Kusano, a complete beginner in camping. By the way, I apologize. I am bad with Japanese names. I'm just trying to pull out the easiest to pronounce thing in each person's name. I recognize that I'm screwing their names up entirely. I apologize. Reluctantly, Jen ends up camping with Shizuku. I guess he didn't give me a chance on this one. Despite it being the last thing he wanted to do. What will become of Jen's peaceful camping life now that it's turned upside down by this new companion?
さあ、観念して私と二人ソロキャンプしてください。ケンさん。
Can't do that mathematically.
二人ソロキャンプルール。現地集合、現地解散。テントはそれなりに話すこと。やれることは自分だけでやること。一人になりたい時間を邪魔しないこと。
Except that's the whole premise of the show, though.
今日は私の師匠として一緒にキャンプしてくれる約束でしょ。思ったより楽しそうにしてるじゃないか。で、その助けてくれたおっさんとは。
How do we have so many different characters in a show that's literally camping for two?
俺は一人がいいんだって言ってんだろう。だから。うめえ。これはソロではハードルが高くて手を出せなかった憧れのビア缶チキン。
I've heard about that before.
思いますよ、もちろん。でも誰かと食べる食事だって負けないくらいいいですから。素敵な景色ですね。これがゲンさんの世界なんだ。二人ソロキャンプ。
Sorry, it just occurred to me that's a line that I would expect to hear in an isekai. Sorry, some stupid ass shit going through my brain. I'm thinking that's something I should do in future seasonal anime reviews. And by the way, if you're watching this and you're somehow watching it to such a degree that you're this far in and still hearing me say random shit, one, appreciate you. Two, if you have any suggestions about how this could be done better, let me know. This is just... I do this once every 4 months, so it's not something I think about a lot, like when I think about how to improve the character ranking stuff. Something that occurs to me now is that maybe I should add a section, or not a section, a description area to my solo stuff to specifically denote, what do you call this? You know, like the tags on the anime. Slice of life, so that I can consider when I'm putting into my top 10. Like for right now, I'm weighing this against City the Animation for slice of life, right? Like maybe I should make my top 10 more varied in what it is, so that it's not like, doesn't turn out to be all like mystery or all shonen or, you know, all horror or something like that by happenstance. So that if I'm like, oh no, I don't want to remove something else that I like from the top 10, and then consider for a moment, actually, I already have a top 10 slice of life show, that I can be like, okay, I don't need to compare this against all of my top 10. I just need to compare this against the other slice of life that's already there. That might be an idea of something to do. Either way, I don't think this beats City the Animation, which means it's already jumping down the list. I would say this is probably more on the level of, for me, Call of the Night? Yeah, I'd say this is probably, for me, feels more like a Call of the Night level show. The element that Call of the Night was successful enough to already have a second season, probably going to make this one below, so say this is my new 18. And yeah, it's something I kind of already do in my head. You know, as a way of judging shows against one another. Like, yeah, actually, I just read My Dress Up Darling is already still in the number 2 slot, and I don't think this would even stand up against My Dress Up Darling. So, yeah. Anyway, just a thought. Like, if there was a way I could make this more interactable, actually, no, it shouldn't be. This part should not be interactable. It's the poll that's designed to be interactable. If I did this as an interactable thing, the poll wouldn't even be necessary. Alright, Mikadono, Sanshimai, wa Angai, Kore. Here's the weird thing. I watch anime all the goddamn time. Never got good at pronouncing any Japanese words. I struggle through every name. And yet, when it comes to like Chinese stuff, like within Link Click, I think I get all those right every time. That's just something that's easier to read Chinese than Japanese, I guess. Then again, stupid American, I just be wrong. I can be wrong about everything. Though Ayase is the son of a renowned and talented actress, he is below average in anything he does. He is entrusted to live under the care of his mother's friend, and later discovers that he will also be rooming with the 3 sisters from his school who possess both beauty and talent. Though you, once again, I picked the wrong name to say, though you thought that an understanding would be impossible to reach between an ordinary person and those blessed with talent, the 3 sisters are surprisingly again, this is any number of shows that we got last season, the season before that, and the season before that. It is a common thing. Second tier anime, as I mentioned before.
俺はただの凡人。あの3人は生まれつきの天才だ。やあ、転校生。帝の三姉妹？才能ゼロ。
Yeah, I think it actually failed to mention the fact that they were also like the princesses of the high school. Maybe I missed that.
華麗なる天才姉妹と一つ屋根の下に住むことになりました。今日から帝の家のお世話になります。ポンコツを引き取ると追い出しはしねえけどよ。世話なんてごめんっす。みんなで朝ごはん食べ。モーニングルーティンだ。ご飯いらないんですか？いらねえ。どけ。もう諦めるっす。諦めません。俺はちゃんと向き合いたいんです。だから待って。いってらっしゃい。これは
I at least appreciate the element, the like haughty. Never mind. Instantly lost that trait right at the end. Sorry, ignore that. What the fuck? Yeah, I think they had a good thing going by making them so superior and then not interested. Like he was gonna have to work for this if he wanted to do something about it. But then instantly switching them at the end of that, and I have to think that's like episode 1 stuff. Yeah, what are we looking at here? Uh-oh, I think I made a mistake somewhere. Where did I... See, I've got solo camping for 2 here with no score, which means that I just threw something in. Okay, there it is. Okay, these 2 got mixed up. The element that nobody said anything. Oh, because you guys can't even see it. There we go. This got mixed up. This is the one that we're doing right now, which means that this is the 18. Also, now noticing our next one is going to be called Bad Girl. Okay. Now this one. What is this one? This one's going to be low. This is going to be our number 25, our new number 25. It's bad, but it's not as uninspired as some previous entries. And now Bad Girl. The story follows another Yu a first-year high school student who is a good girl. However, to attract the attention of the school's disciplinary committee chairman and Madonna, a Tory, she begins to act like a delinquent. Okay, that's a normal trope as well. Oh, you're into bad boys? Let me tell you something about what I did. It's usually a one-liner joke. I cannot anticipate a 12-episode anime run based on what's typically a one-line joke in a sitcom. No trailer. And I'm not going to type in bad girl into Google and see what I get. That would be the height of stupidity. Let's see. Nope. Introduction? That's what I just read. Comments. It's a cool website. I give bonus points on a website. Oh, there's a whole series. Okay, well, that would explain how they can have a whole release date last year. They're not updating their website. That's not good. The fact that they have all this material, though, would explain how they can do this premise. Character art's not bad. I'm assuming this is the same as the character art in the show. I mean, there's promise here, but there's no trailer. That's the lyric preview. Streaming on X. I don't like that. Sorry, it's oh, there we go. Here's a preview. I just scrolled right past it. Alright, hold on. Not that auto translation ever works right, but
私の名前はユータに言う。大きなピアス、そしてド派手なツートンヘア。誰もが道を開ける名の知れた不良娘。今日から私はバッドガール。あの子ちっちゃくて可愛い。
Cute.
髪ピンクだ。中学生。今日も元気にドカンを決めたらヨーランセをテリーゼント。
Oh, I have music.
私悪い子です。バスの中で昆布飴食べるし、うなこぼちゃ飲むし、窓に落書きするし。あなた可愛いから、これは二人だけの秘密にしましょう。すずちゃんの見た目が羨ましいよ。ところどころ見え隠れするから。
Kind of makes me think of Watamote.
ナチュラルボーンアウトロー。喧嘩売ってんのかこいつ。ルーは超可愛いでしょ。特別にありがとうございます。なんなのもう。私ここの一匹狼なので。犬が喋っちゃダメよ。返事はよく見るとただのクリップ。どうぞ。あの子が噂の。あなたの出る幕はありません。
I mean, it feels very generic, but it's cute in its own way.
ぶっ飛ばします。見ててください先輩。このユータに言うの大悪行は料金すべて10円玉で出す。ダサ。
I get it.
バッドガール7月放送開始。
Oh, the temptation. The temptation is that I want to score this highly. Even though I had to look for it, right? There's a lot here. There's a lot here that I think would be entertaining. Or it does look entertaining. They did a good job on the music. I really enjoyed how the music sounded. And they did was it 3, 4 manga chapters for it already, which implies that they did have enough material here. Oh, I think that my problem here, though, is that I would replace this with Panty Stocking, which is already at 11. Which means it's going to be pushed off the list. Is there something else here? No, I don't think so. Unfortunately, I am pushing this to my 11, which means as much as I'd like to see it, it's not going to make it. Next up, we have Ruri no Houski. Mineral collecting is like a modern-day treasure hunt. Ruri, a high school girl who loves jewelry and accessories, gets into the world of mineral collecting, venturing into mountains, rivers, and caves. The first volume features numerous minerals, including quartz, garnet, pyrite, gold sand, and fluorite. The manga is full of fascinating scenes, focusing on specialized tools such as panning dish, hammer, topographical maps, an authentic scientific adventure based on the author's solid knowledge of mineralogy. I would say that this season seems to be filled with slice of life anime. And not for nothing, like a lot of good ones. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do with this. Not the greatest CGI effect there.
それなら道を外れるがあっちの奥に。それは私でも取りに行けますか？自然が相手だからな。多少は知識がないと。だったらナギさんが教えてください。こんな場所、日本にはないと思ってました。46億年かけて世界がどんな風にデザインされてきたか。
Of course they had to draw her that way.
その記録は石の中だけにある。石は動く。私たちが思っている以上にな。相手を理解しようとする。大事なのはそれだけだよ。私この海岸での採集はやり尽くしてるから。付き合い悪くなったよな。
I'm sorry, are these two separate groups of people, or they've been friends since they were kids?
何があるかわからないけど、何かは必ずあるんでしょ。未だ産地不明の鉱物があるんだ。ルリも挑戦してみるか。
I'd be so much more interested if they hadn't drawn her that way. Like, I got nothing against it. It's just very clearly they were like, people wouldn't be interested in this entirely mineralogy-based anime unless we throw somebody a bone. And it's like, I didn't think you had to. The characters were cute. It looks like there's cute situations. I don't need that element. Like, I was legit interested from the description. It's like, oh, I'd like an anime that would be cute, slice of life, and also teach me about minerals. That is actually a detractor in my book. At the same time, though, what are we looking at here? I'd be more interested in watching that than all the way up to Cursed Blood. You know, actually, I apologize. I think Panty Stocking is getting knocked down 2 trailers back to back. So that is our new 12. I still think Bad Girl will be more interesting than that. You know, ironic given the name. There's another one that went out of order. Either went out of order or was never on here. In which case we would have 58. Let me just search it. Yep, this is one that must have gotten added after I made the list. How's K? How's Kai? Alright, no, new number 12. Obviously, later I'm going to take all these little silences where I'm like editing the list and edit them out. Did that in the reverse order. I wish I could just like highlight the whole row and just like +1. But I'm now, I'm an idiot when it comes to these things actually, as much as I use them. Okay, here's the one that was actually in this position. Yusha Party wo Suihua? Surata Shiro Madushi S rank Bokensha ni Hirowaru? Ah, I suck. I suck at this. One day, Lloyd, a white mage, is banished from the hero's party. God, every season, somebody gets banished from the hero's party. Lloyd, who has lost his job, happens to accompany an S-rank party on a quest by chance. At that time, no one knew that the hero's party would collapse and Lloyd would gain fame, yet. This is the story of an extraordinary support magic user who thinks he is normal, becomes an adventurer, while he is unaware of how he will eventually becomes peerless. I mean, that's the normal anime tale, isn't it? One element, you get kicked from the hero's party. Obviously not the hero's party, though, if the hero's party disbands, because then they don't become the hero. You were just part of a party. You weren't part of the hero's party. Whatever party you join as the main character becomes the hero's party. Becoming peerless. That's just an anime trope, too. I guess he would have to be, right? He's the main character. And another thing that's become a feature as of late is becoming an extraordinary support magic user. Everyone's like, oh, we've already covered the main DPS roles, we've covered the tank role. How many times can we recover the healer role? And, well, this is another one. Subtitles unavailable, by the way. Oh, another one where the hero, or supposed hero, looks like a dick. Oh, this is the same setup as Shield Hero.
私たちは S ランク冒険者よ。
さすがは S ランク冒険者。次元が違うんだな。
どうしてもフリーの白魔同士が必要なの。
二つの行動は一人ではできない。
It's just funny to me because these are always scenarios that would piss Luffy from One Piece off. Kicking your friends away.
この子には私の過ちを繰り返させない。
I don't know what that's supposed to portend. Also the element, I didn't understand anything anyone was saying. I don't know, this one just feels so very generic. You know what? Double Curse. Very generic, long-ass name. Like, you don't need the name to be that long. I guess maybe they needed it to be that long of a name because it's covering 3 different genres of generic anime. What is it worse than? I would say it's around 7th Prince level, so probably our new 26. Let's say 26. Let's be a little bit lenient. Sorry, when I said lenient, I meant lenient towards Rent-A-Girlfriend. Watari-kun no XX ga Hukai Sunzen. Nato has had his share of struggles. His parents died 2 years ago, and now he and his sister live at his aunt's house. There, his desire to protect his sister earned him notoriety as the guy with the sister complex, which never mattered to him as his sister always came first. But when Satsuki, a childhood friend turned enemy, becomes his schoolmate, Nato's ordinary life is thrown into chaos, and Satsuki may just be the beginning. Confusing because most of that was about his sister and it's got the romance tag. Comedy, this poster does not denote comedy to me. Drama, maybe. Drama and slice of life is what I was expecting from this poster. But hey, it's staple entertainment. It's got that going for it. That's the joke, by the way. I don't know anything about staple entertainment. You know what, in fact? Let's just click this real quick. What's staple entertainment known for? Uwe Blatt, which for me looked great on poster. Bad, by comparison, in the trailer. Not great. Tales of Wedding Rings, I don't know. Am I actually the strongest? I don't know that one either. Vermeil and Gold. Don't know it. Uwe Blatt's the only thing I know that they've done, and 60% rating. Not good. Yep, not like the poster. Exactly the problem Ubablat had.
ナオくん怒っちゃった？ボーボーだけどな。ナオくん、渡くん、お兄ちゃん。ナオくん見つけた。
I'm gonna guess that that is actually either his friend and not his sister, because I was thinking that was his sister, but quite clearly if he's like a sword guy, and then his friend shows up, and it's supposed to be a challenge to him, and then the person here is wielding a, I guess, a wooden sword, then that would be the thing, right? I don't know. It's just not that interesting to me. And again, my dislike for the way Ubablat starts off as like a serious looking thing, and then instantly, what I described before is like the rounded, unserious shades that they do with certain anime art styles versus like the more gritty, hard line shapes. That Ubablat starts off as like a hard line and then turns into a soft. And this seems to have some, it does say drama. I felt the drama, did not feel the comedy at all. But the problem is they've labeled it a comedy, and I don't want to turn into another Apocalypse Hotel where I'm coming in it for the drama or the darkness or I guess psychological horror, and then get switched out for comedy unexpectedly. So let's see. It's not bad per se. I just anticipate not getting what I'm coming for. I'm gonna say new number 24. Dekken no Magura. I won't die because I'm banned from the afterlife. That's something John Constantine would say. A shady, self-proclaimed hermit named Momoyuki, aka Mogura, sorry, his last name, is banned from the afterlife due to an incident. Now he collects spirits possessed with will-o-wisps in his lantern, hoping to make a comeback. It seems that those who encounter him begin to see peculiar things. A comeback from what? If he's not allowed in the afterlife, that essentially, like again, the Constantine thing, he's not allowed to die. Unless they're saying he's like a ghost person? Like, stuck on Earth, but still dead? And again, come back from what? Because a comeback for me would assume to be still alive, or come back to life. Not a come back to the afterlife? Because the risk there is you're going to get drawn back into the afterlife you don't want to be in. Now, congratulations, I'll take those soul spirits you've got. Welcome to hell. Okay, so it's way more on the comedy side than I guessed. Oh, I'm getting money from the afterlife. Subhouse cannot keep up.
気づいてないだけでお前の周りにもずっと奇妙なものってのはあったんだよ。でも気づいちまった以上、今までとは認識を改めて今後楽しく生きていこうぜ。
I will say this is a bit of a disappointment. I remember seeing this poster before. I guess maybe it's my disappointment constantly is lying with the poster. By the way, Brain Space. What else have you done? An Archdemon's Dilemma, How to Love Your Elf Bride, don't know that one. Firefighter Diago, I've heard good things about that actually. Firefighter Diago. So they can do good stuff. Duel Masters Win? No. Golden Kami, I've heard things about that. I don't know anything about it. To Your Eternity, I don't know. Inspector, I don't know. Galkin Basura, that sounds familiar, but it must sound like a different show that I do know. They've been around for a while. I've never heard of the studio, but they have been around for a while. Let me just see, is there anything here that I actually do know? Not seeing anything. Man, they've been around for a while. I just thought this was like a new studio, but I am going a while. Oh, Kenichi Minus Disciple, though it's the OVA. I don't know any of the OVAs. Ixion Saga. I think I saw some of that back in the day. (2010). This is Durara specials. I've seen one of those. That's been sponsored. Oh, and Durara currently watching. Spice and Wolf, I always meant to watch, didn't get into yet. I think I saw the first episode of Spice and Wolf. Bakano. Of course, they would have done Bakano if they did Durara. New Getter Robo, there's one for Fail Fisher. Daigunder, Mazinger. Getter Robo Armageddon. Rafferty went on a whole shit tirade about how bad that was for him. Apparently this is a studio with pedigree, but at the same time, I don't feel anything for that trailer. I'm just put off by the art style. Like, it's a unique art style, put off by it. I was hoping for something more deep than what we got, but it seems to be a comedy, hunting down spirits and whatnot, which I guess it's more so that I'm just used to seeing serious takes on that. As serious as Mob Psycho was, for example, or oh god, there's that one that starts with the M about the guy who travels and deals with spirits, and like none of the stories are connected to one another. It's just about episode at a time sort of stuff. Anyway, let's see what we're gonna deal with this. Decken, Mogura. Again, it's not bad. It's just not something I'm interested in seeing at the moment. So where are we gonna go with this? I'm gonna say maybe right below Kaiju number 8. So our new 17. Hell Teacher, Jigaku Sensei Nube. I'm aware that Hell Teacher is a thing. I don't remember why. I think I've seen a series of like trailers or not previews. Something about like a classic anime named Hell Teacher. A new anime project for Hell Teacher. The story follows Masuke Nunio, aka Noob, a psychic teacher with a demon hand, as he battles evil spirits and monsters to protect his students in this saga that employs elements of Japanese mythology and folklore to tell a fan-pleasing action story known for its occult and horror elements on school ghost stories and urban legends. Nube captivated readers across generations with his heroic efforts to save his students from supernatural threats. And Fail Fisher is responding that he posted scenes from the 1990s anime on Discord, so I guess that's where I saw it. I don't know. For some reason, I thought I may have seen it somewhere else, but I guess that might be it. Because, I'm in my own Discord, so that would make the most sense. Although I don't know how I would treat this one. Because again, the idea is that if something won, we go back to the beginning. So would I be going back to the 1990s to then start this? Well, that's a big old detractor on that one. Let's see, what can we do here? Is there... Oh, there's a video list. There we go.
今日から担任になるヌエのメイスケだ。気軽にヌーベイと呼んでくれ。
先生は不思議な力があるって聞きましたが、実際に見せてもらえませんか？
You know what's creepier?
もしかして幽霊？そんなのいるわけねえ。
Is that my player here is having all sorts of fucking problems that you guys aren't seeing here in this recording.
俺の生徒に手を出すな。
The problems I'm having in my player make it look a whole hell of a lot more horror.
雪目です。先生のフィアンセの。なんだありゃ。怖いのだ。
心配すんな。俺に任せろ。
先生って
やっぱマジモンだったんだ。
ね。だから言ったでしょ。
我が左手に封じられし鬼よ、今こそその力を示せ。リスク先生、背中にまだついてるものがありますよ。はい、これ。
Grandmaster? Yeah.
なんで？
I will say that was super fucking interesting. I am very interested. There's something about that reminds me of the certain series. There's no way I can say it. It's not that I'm confused about what it's called. The series is a certain scientific railgun, a certain magical index. I guess in this aspect I'm talking about the magical index part, but the main character, or one of the duo of main characters from that, shows up in Scientific Railgun at a certain point, where his whole power is that he negates magic with his hand, his right hand. And in this one, it's his right hand. Is that his right hand? I guess maybe his left hand. Is the demon power in it, and it seems like it's implied to do kind of the same thing for spirits and whatnot. Hell Teacher. Hell Teacher. Where am I going to put you, Hell Teacher? I am interested. I want to say I'm interested at a Sakamoto level. I might be more interested than Sakamoto, because Sakamoto's Season 2 trailer really feels like a Mob Psycho meets Assassin sort of thing. God damn it, this is gonna push City down to 10, which could be a real risk if there's gonna be something better. Yeah, I think this might be my new number 3. It might be my penchant for also enjoying old anime, too, because it's just something I do a lot now. Also, the pain in the ass of changing the entire list down from the top 10. I'll say that I think the thing that really got me from that trailer was the "you don't lay a hand on my class" or whatever he says there. The badass line that tells me that the character has an investment. And I guess making him a teacher also automatically allows you to build up a classroom of students that he is then either attached to, or at the very least gives us an excuse to have them, right? And it didn't feel like anything was added there other than the element of introducing characters. So yeah, I guess the idea is that if this won, we would then have to run a secondary poll of, do we start with this, or do we start with the original? Ame to Kimi to. If it looks like a dog and acts like a dog and insists it's a dog, it's a dog? Probably. She adopted it anyway, and her life with this dog will never be boring. I think there's been a habit lately on anime of dog, like reincarnated dog stuff. Like obviously that does not look like a dog in the poster. That looks like a raccoon, maybe a tanuki. I don't know. But I think every season so far has had a I've been reincarnated into my girlfriend or the girl I like's dog, and it's gotten real creepy. And at least this time it's comedy slice of life, so it's something different. Universal. No captions. No umbrella? Yeah, Tanuki. That's Tanuki then. Yeah. But for one thing, it's got the feather, the leaf on its head, meaning it's been shape changed. So it's definitely a person in there. Also was smart enough to give her an umbrella. Again, it's listed as comedy. I don't trust this happy, melancholic music. This melancholic music? Hopeful music? I don't know actually what I'm supposed to draw from this. I don't know. I think there's the element that there's a comedy series of videos out there, animated, where literally there's this elf girl who has this like squirrel friend, but then they get shot from somewhere in the woods, and the squirrel gets hit by an arrow, and he turns into a gnome. It's like a really old gnome who's been perving on this elf girl as a shape-changed squirrel, like he's a druid or something. And then all the other all the other animals of the forest that she's been taking care of are actually just pervy old men shape-changed into an animal. So maybe I'm just a little influenced by that comedy series. But the element of recognizing the leaf on the head as a shape change thing, because it is listed as comedy slice of life. It's not gonna just be heartwarming. The same element that I leaned into with the Apocalypse Hotel. I know I keep bringing it up, but it's just that the bait and switch of the trailer. That Apocalypse Hotel seems like it's going to be a melancholy ride from the end of humanity to whatever realization hits the robots before they die, and then it turned into a massive comedy fest, which, not for nothing, also featured Alien Tanuki. So, I'm not saying it looks bad, I'm just anticipating getting something different than what we have in the trailer. On top of that, though, in regards to other slice of life that we have on the list, I don't think it beats My Dress Up Darling. It's not beating the City, the animation in my head. What else do we have? Bad Girl. I think I'm more interested in seeing Bad Girl than this. What else? I mean, down the list, I think we get down to like Solo Camping for 2, which I think this is probably better than that in my mind, because this seems like it's going somewhere, whereas Solo Camping for 2 seems like the trailer was already against its own premise. You know what, actually, I think that's probably where it's going to go, right above Solo Camping for 2, because I don't think it beats Call the Night. So, 22. Gasen Shoujo to Abunka Kuryu? The story follows Renji Kusakabe, a young man who works part-time at a game center arcade. One day, Renji encounters an English girl named Lily, and the two of them trade diaries and begin an unlikely friendship of cultural exchange. I mean, that's pretty unique setup. Something else I've seen recently is the element of, let's say, location-based anime that I don't think I've seen much before. Last season we had the ballpark anime, which is more about life around a ballpark than it was the character that seemed like the main character of the ballpark anime itself, at least in the trailer. In this case, it seems like the Game Center arcade, but at the same time, that's not what the description's giving us. The description's giving us more about Lily and Renji.
An arcade?
That was English. Sorry, that's stupid. That's say what you hear. That was English.
Happy Valentine!
Are you giving this to me?
Yes!
This is in return for the present you gave me before.
Be my
That was very clearly a Japanese person speaking English really well.
My name is Lily. I'll make you fall in love with me.
Really good English, but not perfect English.
クラスメイトの力になるのが委員長の仕事。まさかたまたま入ったゲーセンで会えるなんて。さあ兄さん、うちといざ。
And by perfect English, I don't mean saying all the correct words. I mean, sometimes she has an accent when she's talking.
Let's get started.
Yeah, it's almost there. It's almost perfect. Let's get started. Not right. Something about it's not right.
こいつにとってはゲーセンに行くのも立派な異文化交流の一環なんだぜ。あの子が日本に来て明るくなったのはゲーセンに行き出してからなの。ありがとう、レンジ。
ここで少しでも楽しんでくれたら。リリーちゃん、See you tomorrow!
See you tomorrow. また明日。恋の始まり。
I mean, I like it. I like it from the sense that it's enjoyable that it is a foreign person in Japan, and this time the foreign person isn't like Russian or French, it's just an English person. So when they speak their foreign language, they're just speaking English, which works really well for me. You know? I mean, instantly I can identify that it's a Japanese person speaking English, but it's not really a problem. I only brought it up because it's here in the trailer. If I didn't talk about it, I feel like somebody would say, why didn't you talk about it? Instantly, I feel like I would want to watch that more than that last Slice of Life show or trailer that we just watched. Only because I think this is more interesting to me. The heartwarming, as Vale Fisher pointed out, of the last one. Again, I feel like that's a rug pull waiting to happen. Whereas this feels like I don't think there's anything you would get from this but what was in the trailer. But where would I put that? Obviously over Ame. I'd probably watch this more than I would Call of the Night. Denkin. Yeah, more than Denkin, obviously. Kaiju No.8. I think I'm reaching the point that I was talking about at the very beginning, where the earlier stuff is starting to fade from me, the impact, and now I'm getting recency bias, because I'm looking at stuff that I ranked pretty highly before that I'm just not considering anymore. Like Cursed Blood. It had a pretty good premise that I feel like could have done something with, but doesn't seem that interesting. Whereas this, the element of having an English character just speaking English is just so fun. It might be on the level of Panty and Stocking. I'm gonna make it my new number 14. Sutaburo Rijo wa Ane no Moto Kunyakusha ni Daikai Seiryo. With unmaintained red hair and shabby clothes, Marie, the Baron's daughter, has been treated like a servant all her life. Count Granado, the country's richest man, who is said to be a difficult misogynist, falls in love with her at first sight. However, due to misunderstanding, Count Granado proposes to her sister Anastasia, who looks like a princess, instead of the ragged Marie. A very popular work from Become a Novelist, Marie's Cinderella story that began with a hero's misunderstanding. I mean, they introduced the guy as a difficult misogynist. How the fuck is he gonna be a hero? Also, not for nothing, they also introduced him as an idiot. Who proposed to the sister because she looked like a princess. So one, he's all about looks, or, a book by its cover. And two, difficult misogynist. Like, what the fuck? Oh, look, no trailer. A lot of no trailers today. Betrothed to my sister's ex, of course, that's what it was called. Okay, here we go.
擦り切れたズタボロの服、手垢のついた大好きな本。私がこの世界から与えられたものはそれだけのはずなのに。
すみません、そこのお嬢さん。驚かせて失礼を。私はバースデーパーティーに呼ばれたものでして。
どんな星より美しい瞳、こんな素敵な方も。
Okay, and then she's gonna be a simp.
私、結婚するのね。ねえ、マリー、あなたはあなたの特技を生かして好きな仕事をしてちょうだいね。
誰からも愛されるお姉様。
How did you confuse the red-haired girl for the blonde-haired girl?
お姉様は
Oh, legit is a Cinderella story.
このスタジオの代わりに乗れ。それがお前の償いだ。
私は今日姉にプロポーズした人のもとへ嫁に行く。
Okay, this is actually getting a little more interesting.
君がマリー。
Oh, never mind. Instantly lost its interesting factor.
まったく旦那様は大間抜けです。君は何のためにキュロス君の婚約者になったんだ。その素敵な言葉はマリーさんが綴ったものなんだから。
Yeah, no. It had a cool middle. And then it instantly lost every interesting element of itself.
彼女の笑顔だ。
怖いことはたくさんある。でもあなたがいてくれるなら乗り越えられるかもしれない。
Yeah, don't lean into the misogynist.
もう絶対に話すものか。
No. No, they had a moment there and they lost it. See, there's always something interesting when you pull what seems to be an ordinary anime story and then do the record scratch and throw something crazy into the mix. Like, that was the thing that made Summertime Renderings trailer so fucking interesting. That when you get to the guy's just returning back to his hometown and everything, and it's just a slice of life, and then suddenly he has a gun to his head and he pulls the trigger, shoots himself, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, I even had a record scratch go with that moment. That they suddenly show the sister dying, I'm gonna take her place, and not for nothing, she kind of looked like she had crazy eyes, and it's like, oh no, she's been abused and she's gonna do something to everybody and take them all out. And it's like, no, it goes instantly back to normal fucking romance anime. And it's like, oh, well, shouldn't have done that record scratch, right? So yeah, no, this loses something for me. Like, maybe there might be that trick in there that I was talking about before. They're not pulling it. I don't think they're pulling it. So let's see. This is gonna go pretty low. I think Silent Witch also kind of... No, Silent Witch didn't actually bait me. I baited myself on Silent Witch, where I thought the poster was different. Let's see. It's again. I'm still going lower and lower down the list. Seventh Prince. I'm gonna say lower than Seventh Prince. Actually, I think it might be around There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover Unless. Yeah, this is our new 36. Vending machine just giving us a trailer of the first season was still the worst thing you possibly could have done. Cleavites. The story centers on the titular Cleavites, the lord of all magical beasts, who wields both uncanny intellect and destructive power. Frustrated by the 13 heroes tasked to destroy him, he has decided to be rid of humanity once and for all. However, he has been charged with one nuisance, the care of a newborn human baby. Now the world stands upon the brink of Armageddon, with the obligation of raising one child holding it back. Action, drama, fantasy. Comedy wasn't in there. I don't know, this description reads as a comedy. However, it seems as though Magical Beast is here, but the poster seems to feature a child and a human woman, which I'm going to indicate probably means that Beast just means shape-changed animal into looking like a human. I don't know. I don't have a lot of hopes for this, but let's see what the trailer could surprise me. I've been tricked before by a good show with a bad description.
貴様がハイデンの王だな。
魔獣をクレバです。
答えよ。なぜ我が死を望んだ。
獣には理解できまい。
Dark, but also you're a beast man. Not bad action scenes. Is that a beholder?
エドセアの南の果てを滑る月光のクレバテス。
我はクレバテス。人族すべてを殺すと決めた。
この赤き至高の鋼とその誇りに誓って奴を必ず倒す。勇者の称号を得た者に託される伝説の武器。この後も我が血を脅かすというのであれば一度確かめて。
Yeah, why are you raising a human child if you're gonna kill everybody anyway?
我に人の世界を歩くには長いる。我は来る。ウヌはルナだ。
Oh, I was right.
勇者としての私の最後の使命だ。テレビアニメクレバテス魔獣の王と赤子と屍の勇者。7月
I love the soundtrack. I'll give it that.
ルナのクソは洗い流せたかと聞いている。そこ拭き残してる。もっと丁寧に力を入れすぎだ。赤くなってる。指の間もちゃんとやれ。今度は力の
中身があれなくせにいちいち細かい。
本当に綺麗なのであろうな。
こいつは私のママ母か。
Huh. Here's the thing, is that actually looks interesting, but I very much suspect that it is going to go in a path that does not fit what I'm hoping for. Like, the music that played, the massive battles that happened, I anticipate these are going to be like episode 1 things, and that the very back end of the trailer, it's going to be... Sorry, names of anime are just like jumping out of my head, but nothing's coming to my mouth. I just anticipate it's going to be more of what was like the very back end of the episode, and not all of the cool shit at the beginning. I'm assuming all the cool shit is going to be the stuff that we lay out, you know, and move on from. You know, like if the trailer for Lord of the Rings was the battle where Sauron gets the ring cut off his finger, and you thought the entire movie was going to be that battle, and instead what you got was the Shire, the entire movie of the Shire. I feel like that's the bait and switch here. I'm still very interested nonetheless, though. Let's see. How interested am I? I'm as interested, I would say, as maybe Tougen Anki, maybe one below. So our new 17. Okay, here's something. You guys might not remember this because I said this maybe 3 hours ago, but there was one anime, very specifically, that I kept getting confused for something else that I'd already ranked, that I've been waiting to see, and then here it is, Night of the Living Cat. Remember, I also said that something about I'm a big fan. How I compared being a fan of Isekai to how I am now about Isekai was I said I'm a big fan of zombie stuff, and I watch even bad zombie stuff. Night of the Living Cat has to be inspired by Night of the Living Dead zombie material. So the moment that I saw anything, I think I saw this poster image first on Anime News Network. I was like, oh god, I've got to see anything about that. And I have been waiting, because I have not seen even a trailer for it. So, this could live and die off the trailer, but I'm here. This might be my new number one, just based on hope. In the near future, a unique disease has swept across the planet, a virus that transforms humans into cats. And the horde is expanding, since if these adorable kitties snuggle with a human, the human is transformed into yet another cat. A small group of cat-loving survivors is trying to escape the madness, but how can you defend yourself against a threat you just want to cuddle and pet? This wild new take on a post-apocalypse survival tale will make you roll over and purr with delight. Again, horror. This is going to live and die on this trailer, and by God, I hope it lives. I want this to be good. Kawaii? In a world dominated by cats. Can we survive? Okay, that wasn't a lot, but it wasn't bad. The soundtrack was my kind of soundtrack. The art style seemed great. I feel like I'm just gonna throw my bias in. You know what? Hold on, let me just remember what OLM is. That I know the studio name. I just can't remember what they've done before. Don't know that one. That's to be announced anyway. Apothecary Diaries? They're fucking doing Apothecary Diaries, and I goddamn love that show. What else we got? Again, just looking for stuff I know, stuff I can compare it against. I mean, Beyblade doesn't really help. Pokemon, I don't really watch. Summertime Rendering, I've brought that up a number of times today, although I did say it wasn't the best. Come on, give me something else good. Something else to influence me. I need a little bit of influence here. Zoids, it's not the version of Zoids that I watched, though. How far back are we have to go before I recognize something? Come on, OLM, I know I've watched more stuff from you. I can't recognize you just from Apothecary Diaries. Certainly wasn't Pac-Man. I know I've heard of Yokai Watch as well, but that wasn't it. I didn't watch that. God, OLM has been doing Card Fight and Pokemon for a long time. Alright, well, evidently it's not a lot, even though they've been in the game for a long time. Clearly, I was just hoping to find one more thing. Agatha Christie and Poirot? Sorry, random thing. I just, like, 39 episodes, although not great rating, but, you know, it might just be the audience. I might have to check that out at some point. Come on, give me one thing. Certainly, I'm just going to be editing out this entire scroll just so I can, till I find something. Queen Esmeralda, that has to be Galaxy Express, Captain Harlock stuff. Berserk, they did Berserk. I know Berserk. That's even the good Berserk. Alright. Something, that's all I was looking for. Alright, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm assuming there's going to be someone disappointed in this, but I'm just going to put this right here. Number 1. It's my number 1. I am interested. I'm going to take a whole minute to reorganize the list. Mataku Saikin no Tente to Kitara. Nogomu was a genius high school detective. No case was complex enough for him. But what happens to genius detectives when they get older? Now 35 with bad hips, running a failing detective agency with no cases to solve, and struggling to pay the rent, he's at a dead end. In comes a high school girl in his office who says she wants to work with him. With her help, will the out-of-touch, old-fashioned Nagomo get back the fire of his youth? I can't remember, but I recall there was a TV show kind of like this. I think it was inspired by, but not actually it, because of the legal rights required. It's supposed to be like, what if Encyclopedia Brown grew up and still kept doing detective work, but the idea being that he wasn't that good to begin with. He was, like, good for child mysteries, but essentially it's trying to get his mojo back as an adult. It's not a bad premise. I know it was a premise that I was interested to hear back in the day, so this could go somewhere. A lot of Kodakawa this season.
この館が陸のことを、つまり密室になるってことです。楽しい夜になりそうですね。
それは俺に仕事を依頼しているのかい？
これは君たちなら来てくれると思っていたよ。
3年前、一体何が？
すみません、扉壊しますよ。
Yeah, it's a bad hit. We already heard that.
これでも俺、昔は名探偵って呼ばれてたんだよ。
おじさんの仕事が減ったのってさ、体じゃなくてセンスの衰えのせいじゃない？
探偵ってのは耐えの仕事なのよ。
大丈夫。昨日古畑全部見たから。
Oh, that's fucking creepy.
彼がある作品でこんなことを言ってたんだ。ちょっとど忘れしちゃって出てこないか。みんなまで言うの？オッス、オラマシラ、よろしくな、丸メガネ。
待っててください、南雲先生。
うわ、女子の大根。身ぐるみ全部剥がされてる。あれも日常の出来事です。
I mean, definitely see the comedy aspects in this.
腕が鳴るだろう、名探偵。
なんか探偵っぽいっすね、姉さん。
膝を狙い。左右好きな方を舐めたまえ。
Okay.
時間がない。こうなったら前より楽しそうになったね。蹴り飛ばす。あの子のおかげかな。
まあ、退屈はしないけどな。
Okay. This is why I talked about the genre stuff. Because very specifically, if I was looking for a comedy, I think this might be the thing. Obviously I wouldn't pull onto the mystery on this one, because we had a lot of mystery anime a season or two ago. And those seemed more like the kind of mystery anime that I'd be looking for. You know, like in the vein of, say, Detective Conan. This has, like, the mystery as the overarching thing around it, but it feels more like a comedy anime. God, do I have any openings in the top 10 for just a comedy? God damn it. Again, the risk. And now, I'm not supposed to be doing it this way. Well, I guess I say I'm not supposed to be doing it this way. I'm the only one who's making up the rules. That if I put anything in the top 10, City the animation is going to get knocked out. But if I don't put it in the top 10, that's the same as saying I don't want to see it. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to scroll back up the list real quick because I need a reminder on the poster of New Saga. Okay, that's the one where he comes back to relive his life, and it feels like a serious thing. Can I replace a serious anime with a comedy? That seems like a fucking bad call. Arknights look really interesting. City the animation feels like it's going to be really interesting too. The summer that Hikaru died could be a bait and switch, but I feel like it's worth giving it a shot. What was this one again? Oh, right, yeah. God, that looks fucking interesting too. That's the problem with these. Is the ones you find they're going to be the most interesting, you already think are interesting. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is just a case of I don't have room in the top 10 anymore. I want to see this, but I don't have room in the top 10 to put it. Like, legitimately, I think the only thing I can replace this with is Toilet-Bound Hanako-kun, who is already 12. Oh, damn it. City of the Animation's already knocked down. I didn't even realize that. Right now, Arknights is in our bottom of the 10. You know what? Here's the thing. I've come up with a rule before. Not a rule. I've come up with this thought before. I'm more interested to see something new than I am to see something that's already come before. Arknights technically already had a chance. This is interesting, fun-looking comedy. Oh, am I willing to take that? Let me take one more look at Arknights. Arknights had that. Now I'm reminded by the poster that Arknights had that fighting style that looked deliberate and more interesting than what I've seen before. Go Star Pictures, what else have you done? Loser Ranger, which I know Fail Fisher is super interested in possibly seeing at some point. Azure Lane, I know I've heard about that one before. Not a lot of stuff from before that, though. Arknight previews. I guess if it was your first thing, putting your previews out is the first step. I don't know. I legit don't know. I guess maybe I just can't do it. I don't think knocking Arknights out for an interesting comedy is the thing to do. It's very interesting, but I don't think it can hold my interest as hard as what Arknights seems to portend to do. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with my head on this one and not what I want or think, which is to say, it's gonna become my new number 12, which is gonna push it off the list no matter what. Turkey, time to strike. Turkey is a bowling term for scoring 3 consecutive strikes. Mai, a second-year student and captain of the Ikokuken High School Bowling Club, is a genius who can't seem to win a match. Whenever she scores a turkey, she mysteriously follows it up with an unyielding split, the Snake Eyes. One day, Rena, the club's only first-year member, confronts her. "You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? You're running away from winning, but I want to win. If you have no intent of winning, I'll quit." So, drama. It says slice of life sports, but this very much feels like high school drama. Not for nothing, I think this is also the first bowling anime that I may have seen anything for.
あなたは信じてくれるかな。不思議で愛しくて切なくて大切な大切な
Bowling.
私たちの物語。
Oni Canyon. I think we've seen something from them before too.
楽しかったからだよ。私は楽しくなかった。負けて楽しいって何？そんなモチベないから。舞ちゃんの力になり。
Is she a what's fun about losing character?
わざと手抜いてスプリットですよね。わざとじゃないよ。あの現象はわざとと。補欠は黙ってて。リナも楽しくて、さゆりものぞみも七瀬も私も楽しい部活にしたい。無理だよ。
To be fair, she seems like the asshole here.
だったら私に勝ってみて。
Oh, I do appreciate these from childhood storylines.
ずっと思ってた。私は勝ちたい。
It's a bit much.
バカになんかしてない。私だって本当は見つかる。真ん中は絶対。100日経っても忘れないで。みんな一緒に帰ろうね。
Was that not an option? I like it. Sorry, I forgot this was open up here. I like it from the aspect that it is something, right? It is clearly drama, though, because when you have like 4 people, and then you're the 5th one who is the unhappy one, and the 4 other people are happy and celebrating, or just having fun, kind of makes you the asshole. At the same time, I understand that she actually does want to win, so having somebody else come in and not just be happy with the status quo and trying to shake that up, but the way she's coming around it about it feels like the dick move. And see, that's what I appreciate, is that it's a show that just seems to be about bowling, but it already has enough in there for me to be like having this conversation about character motivation. So offhand already, really like that. I really like that about it. At the same time, I do not think that I would like it. Not because it's just bowling, because I'm having this conversation about that character because I already don't like that character. And I don't think I'm going to jump into a show specifically to not like a character. And if I were to, I think it'd be from the aspect of, God, I gotta see that character suffer. Like, that's the bad guy. I have to see how they're going to defeat that bad guy. From this case, it's literally a first-year high school student not liking the club that she joined. I'm not going to be about that. So, I could see this being a good show. Probably would recommend it for somebody who has this very specific interest. Or wants to see, like, I could see myself recommending this show to lessons. Probably will the next time we talk. However, I don't think for me. But let's give it a fair rating. Let's say I'm already more interested in it than Call of the Night. See, a lot of these are easier to remember when they have the English names. Probably more than Denkin, because Dekken, rather. So Mynoghra. Mynoghra was just kind of a disappointment that I thought it was going to be better than what it actually just seemed like it was going to be. I would probably say I'd still be more interested in watching this than Cleavatess. Yeah, I think that's going to be the measure. Going to be the new 19. Kojo Denka no Kente Kiyoshi. After failing the final exam for his dream job at the royal court, promising younger sorcerer Alan wants nothing more than to retreat to a simple life in the countryside. Unfortunately for him, he can't even afford the train fare. His only solution is to get a job, but his one lead is anything but modest. Duke Howard, one of the kingdom's most powerful nobles, needs a private tutor for his daughter Tina. Despite her academic brilliance, Tina is incapable of casting even a single spell. To make matters worse, entrance exams for the prestigious Royal Academy are fast approaching, and magical aptitude is mandatory. Can Alan use his unique brand of spellcasting to help Tina overcome her magical impairment, a mystery that not even the kingdom's finest sorcerers have been able to solve? And does her father, the Duke, even want him to? I mean, that portends something, right? One, obviously, yes, Alan will. He's the main character, and the show's revolving around him and Tina. But the element of does the Duke even want him to would seem to imply that the Duke is holding her back for some reason. However, not really. Like, does the Duke even want him to? One, yes, I would assume he hired him. Unless the idea is that he knows that Alan failed and is purposefully hiring a failed prospect in order that he will fail in his job here. I mean, that's levels, and I guess the only way to find out is watch the trailer. Because I'm adding levels of complexity that the show might not even become close to having.
僕の旧友が娘さんの家庭教師を探していてね。
公女殿下の家庭教師とはまた随分難易度の高い。アレンです。公女殿下。は
じめに言っておきます。私を殿下とか様付けで呼ぶのは禁止です。
Your Highness is the honorific.
すごいです。こんな簡単に。
娘のティナには魔法の才が全くない。
No talent and being stopped seems to be two different things.
先生はちょっと意地悪ですね。納得がいきません。すみません。私のことはエリーと呼び捨てにしてください。不公平です。意地悪です。ひいきです。
Sorry, her chest size grew like 3 times what it was when she fell over.
毎週は書くこと。いいわね。何度やってもダメでした。
では。模範例を見せましょう。
いつか私もあんな風に魔法を使いこなしてみたい。
Second tier anime. I'm just not recognizing I know this from another show already.
必ず道はあります。
いつか私はあなたに追いつきます。覚悟してくださいね。くっつきすぎです。ハレンジです。
ああ、はい。
And also, I feel like they gave away the entire thing right from the trailer. Like, I know the character relationships now. I know how this is going to turn out. They even went on the whole Disney elevated, upbeat tune right from the start. God, what do we got here? This is... I would say pretty low, but we've got a spread going on so far where I feel like shows with at least the basic plot line are already, yeah, this is going to be like a 28. Because solo camping for 2 is essentially the same kind of field they're trying to invoke, except solo camping for 2 fails on its own premise, whereas at least this is still in its own premise. Food Court Day, Mata Ashita. To their classmate, Wada is a quiet rich girl, while Yamamoto is an intimidating lone wolf. But what they don't know is that Wada is a mobile game addict in a passionate love-hate relationship with a 2D character, and Yamamoto has a penchant for urban legends with eyes only for her favorite YouTuber. And their biggest not-so-secret secret, these unlikely friends meet at the food court every day after school to rant, rave, and learn what makes each other tick. Well, I didn't anticipate the modern elements of it. I don't know what I want to say modern. The fact that they're bringing up YouTube and mobile game addiction. I guess that's been coming into anime a lot more recently. Because, it feels like a lot of slice-of-life anime is either one fantasy or of an older time period. When I say older, I mean like 80s, 90s, sometimes early 2000s. But bringing up YouTube, well, I guess YouTube would be early 2000s possibly, but the combination of the two things together kind of feels like it's still more modern. No, Kodokawa.
私の将来何かなんの？その情熱が役に立つかもよ。
Brought to you by KFC. Finger looking good.
形にも残らないのに、時間も金もかけた自分がバカバカしいわ。
Oh, that's a pain. I feel that.
して喋ってることも形に残るわけじゃないし、何もかも無意味なんだよね。
Very nihilistic.
形になんか残んなくても別によくね。意味ないって思ってたら毎日会いに来ねえって。ああ、そう。
I mean, not so much deep as it is meaningful. Based on what? Oh, the 2D character. I was like, who the hell was that?
モブじゃん。フードコートでまた明日。もう笑ってんじゃないこらしばくぞ。ごめんってずっと許さぬ。ごめんって。
I mean, that was really good. I would be interested in watching that. Unfortunately, of course, it's not going to crack the top 10, but it is going to make me reorganize the list from a high point up once again. Is it better than Bad Girl? Bad Girl has a better art style, and I think I like the premise of Bad Girl more. Yeah, I think it's probably going to become our number 15. Like I said, it really seemed good. I liked the... If it was a meaningless, I wouldn't do it every day. Next up, we have Shuhosha Shokodu I Gukoso. Yeah, I don't even know why I try sometimes. I know I'm getting them wrong. But again, look, another slice of life. And another English name. Dennis is one of the most popular members of the Silver Wing Battalion, the world's strongest party. So popular, in fact, that the party leader expels him from the group out of spite. Stripped of his home, Dennis decides to start life anew following his true calling. As a chef, his life as an adventurer might be over, but his new life as a cook is just beginning. He teams up with Atelier, a young girl who has been similarly exiled from her home, and opens up a restaurant for adventurers. He's finally able to live out his dream, but he'll need use of more than just his cooking skills to take care of his eclectic customers' problems. Okay, kind of a restaurant in another world situation, in that this is going to be a fantasy. It's going to deal with adventurers. We're going to deal with people with different problems coming in and out. Also, OLM again, who I gave the benefit of doubt before to Night of the Living Dead. Who's our poster? Oh, Atelier. I forgot. Okay, one of these is Atelier. I'm guessing it's her. She looks the most French of them all. I think Atelier is a French name. Yeah, I mean, he was the strongest battalion commander or whatever, so... Very happy-go-lucky soundtrack. It's not bad. God, I remember these a lot better if they just put the English titles when I said, give me the Roman version. Sorry, the Romanji version. pick up a movie. Not bad. Again, it feels like a middle tier anime though. Which is to say, if I was out of the normal anime that I would want to watch, that would be it, right? That would be what I'd be watching. Again, when I come to like the middle tier anime, I keep coming back to Call of the Night because that's where my mind is when it comes to shows like this. I don't know. I'm probably gonna go with 29, no, 30. I'm gonna go with a 30 on this. Yeah, that seems right. 30. Hotel Inhumans. Come on, I'm still watching Apocalypse Hotel. The most exquisite hotels in the world have certain standards: the finest food, the most sublime comfort, captivating entertainment, the latest weapons, reliable identity fabrication, and untraceable corpse disposal. I guess we're talking about an assassin's hotel. The name of this place where the people who have forgotten their humanity visit is Hotel Inhumans. The Hitman guests are welcomed by the concierge who never say no. Okay, so we're talking about the hotels from the John Wick movies. I thought we were going to go in Hotel Inhumans as a monster hotel. Like, we keep doing variations on the hotel thing. Also, no trailer. Which, you know, normally when there's no trailer, we just don't watch a trailer. But today, I've been all about going out and finding trailers. Okay, not a great art style, to my preference. Oh, the blood on the face is a good touch. Okay, didn't want to let me watch the trailer. Okay, this is the first site that also didn't have a menu on the top. Okay. Character preview. I guess the only thing I can do is check the,
条件がある。極上の食事、至高の癒し、魅惑の娯楽、そしてお預かりいたします。新品をこちら。あ、ごめん。
Oh, I thought it like caught in his finger or something. It's very generic font that I've seen lately.
ようこそホテルインヒューマンズへ。私灰崎沙羅がおもてなしいたします。
I guess that's the concierge.
どうも、僕そういうの担当でし
Oh no, that's the one that was there earlier.
ここはホテルインヒューマンズ。お客様は殺し屋様。もてなすのは決してノーと告げないコンシェルジュ。
I'll say it looks more interesting than it did on the face of it. Not super in love with the art style, but the concept looks good. I mean, maybe that's just my love for like John Wick and movies like that. I don't know. Action and drama. Seems like it's gonna be centered around the hotel versus like going out and doing things, which seems like a kind of a waste for a theme like this. I don't know. Let me think about this. Let's look at, well, again, Call of the Night is still kind of our middle. So do we think it's better than or worse than Call of the Night? Actually, it feels so middle that I'm having a hard time telling if it is better or worse than Call of the Night. Because again, once again, Call of the Night, even though it's my middle of the road, is the second season of a show that I didn't feel was pretty good to begin with. So I guess based on that sentiment, better than. Moving up, say, is it feel better than Dekken? Mynoghra, rather? I would say it's probably on par with. Dekken felt like a failure of concept, though. Actually, I think it's going to replace Dekken's role at the moment. So our new 24. Kazetsu Yusha to Ansatsu Hime. Hero Toto possesses great fighting skills, but his extreme shyness has left him unable to form a party, causing him to remain stuck in the town where his journey began. One day, he's suddenly invited to join a party by 3 beautiful women, Ciel, Anemone, and Gore. Overjoyed at finally setting off on an adventure, Toto is filled with excitement, but little does he know these women are dead set on killing him. A deathly harem rom-com unfolds as the socially anxious hero, who faints from mere flustered excitement around women, finds himself the target of 3 deadly companions, each with their own reasons for wanting him gone. It's an interesting premise, I'll give it that. I'm not sure where... I mean, it's based on a manga, so evidently people liked it. It's better looking than the poster already. Oh, no captions available. Okay, he can one-punch a dragon. Okay, literally all 3 of them are working together. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't sell me there in the trailer. It doesn't feel like it works. Like, legitimately, they showed me a scene where he passes out with blood coming out of his face, and they look like they're trying to help him. I've already seen in the trailer they have the opportunity to kill him, and they're all 3 of them working together. If we didn't show them all 3 of them pulling a weapon on him at the same time, and imply that each of them is trying to kill him individually, say, they don't want the other ones to know that they're trying to kill him because they're all trying to be clandestine, then when he's down and out, and all 3 of you are around him, and then not killing him in that moment, that feels like an explanation for that. Sorry, the throat is starting to go. These really pushed my limit of how long I can talk in one run. Yeah, there's too much unexplained that I'm not interested in finding out the explanation for. So, this is going to get pretty low rated, I feel like. Let's see, what do I feel like is better than this? Rent a Girlfriend. I'll say Rent a Girlfriend is resting on its laurels on all the good things I've heard. Seventh Prince. Yeah, even Seventh Prince feels like it was based on... There were elements there that I could see myself getting interested in more than this. Yeah, I'm going to say this is our new 41. 9 Shihasha no Okan. 9 is a tale of the town of... Name not getting pronounced today. Host to mysterious artifacts and the superpowers they bestow upon their users. A tale of growing trust and budding romance between the protagonist and the heroine, and also a murder mystery where they hunt down the culprit behind a series of supernatural murders. Sorry, I was thinking to myself about the last trailer and everything we watched, is that sometimes the worst anime descriptions come from the least interesting shows. And this one didn't even... Like, they named the town. They didn't name any of the characters. And it's just like, protagonist and the heroine. It's like, okay, sure. watch this be like the best trailer ever. But at the same time, it could be like Masushi, I want to say is the name of it. Where literally the main character's name is Hero. The wizard in his party is called Wizard. They have a knight whose name is Knight. Like, could be on the nose like that. Oh, it's a modern setting too. I think. This does not feel like what the description was at all. Oh. There's that record scratch I talked about before. She crying blood? So she tried to like a princess. I'm confused about what this is set. Okay, the blood is because the cracking of the stone. Nine Rulers Crown. Although that was like the German Umlaut, not Umlaut. I don't know what it's called when the dots are on top of it. Double dots on an Umlaut. Okay. Yeah, there's certainly more there than what I thought there would be. Kinda interesting. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, more interesting than number 8, maybe. Again, there's the element that they've been around before. I gave up on Rising of the Shield Hero, so I think automatically... You know, actually, because of that, I'm going to switch these around. I know it's like late in the game to do so, but... Switch those two. Because I think the fact that I gave up on Shield Hero before makes that less interesting to me. Kaiju number 8. Is this more interesting to me? I think maybe no. That is actually the line. In which case, I'm going to make this our new number 23. Yeah. Still, nothing's cracked the top 10 in a while. Kamitsubaki City, under construction. 7 years after humanity was devastated by a major disaster, a beacon of science and prosperity rises in Kamitsubaki City, but lurking in its shadows are Terra Sector, monsters born from human darkness. Only the Witchling, 5 girls with voices that wield magic, stand against them. With every note, they fight not just to protect peace of the city, but heal a broken world. Okay, it's funny to me because we already watched Symphogear on the channel, all of it. Granted, I don't think we gave Symphogear a fair shake because I was just watching it as a week-to-week fun thing. And I think if we had been watching it with a more seriousness that we tend to do these days, we would have given Symphogear a much better rundown. But also the fact that we're watching Macross Delta on channel right now, which is also literally 5 girls? I think it's 5 girls. 5 girls singing against, you know, the darkness. Well, I guess it's not humanity. It's the Windemirians. So, but this is Terra Sectors. So technically, I don't know. It's just a funny theme that we get on this channel a lot. Get another Katakawa. What is this, from the makers of Ruby? Definitely looks like the style of Ruby. Oh, I guess that was just a preview. I'll say not in love with that art style, but it's not the worst. I have seen much worse with like less story, and it has a story at least, but I can't say that it was like entranced by what I was seeing. Again, though, might also just be the element of it being a preview. Yeah, I feel like that's going to go in the lower half, but again, more of a virtue of the trailer not having much than it was like the art style or anything. We watched MS Igloo on the channel, MS Igloo 2, I should say, which was bad, my opinion. Let's see here. Worse than Silent Witch, I think. Worse than Couple of Cuckoos, worse than Rent a Girlfriend. I'm gonna put this down around... God, it's worse than There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover, I think. Yeah, that's probably gonna be it. It's gonna be our new number 46. Vermat no Ryuri. Gachiakuta is a prodigy in mathematics and a scholarship holder at Weiss Private Academy, a renowned institute with a long history in the International Mathematical Olympiad. After a series of unfortunate events, he meets Asakura Kai, a culinary prodigy with his own catering business. What does the future hold for these two geniuses, and how do their paths intertwine with each other's? Well, it very much seems like the front is more about the cooking. Like, I don't know how you would introduce math on a poster cover as like an action shot. Literally, we've already had other trailers today that were specifically guy gives up old thing to become a cook. So I'm going to assume the math guy is going to get into cooking and improve the cooking with math somehow. No subtitles. Okay, the cook is a crazy looking guy. Yeah, we're leaning into the cooking. And the math guy becomes a cook, just like I thought. Oh, the perfect measurements, the perfect... Well, that's not fair. He's a math guy, not a science guy. Sorry, he was doing a chemical breakdown, that's why I'm like... Yeah, essentially it's what I said it was. It's just a theme. If cooking is at play, the people who have to sacrifice their jobs are the guys who become the cooks. Let's see. It didn't look bad. It just didn't look like something I would be interested in. Let's say worse than Rent a Girlfriend. So our new number 40. Karaoke Iko. Nothing worries Satomi Oka more than the upcoming final choir competition of his middle school career. Sorry, these guys middle-aged, and then seeing middle school. Even the trailer picture, I don't know. Right up until he's accosted by a stranger from the shadows who demands, "Let's go karaoke." As a Yakuza, Kyoji Narita doesn't scare easily, but a terrifying prospect has driven him to seek Satomi's help. The boss is holding a karaoke contest, with the loser forced to get a tattoo to be selected and torturously applied by the boss himself. Oka has been to many vocal rehearsals over the years, but never one-on-one karaoke sessions with a gangster. Okay, I mean, but still, even the other guy in the picture, who I guess is not the Yakuza guy over here, still looks way older than middle school. I'm not opposed to the idea of this, because again, I brought up Kaguya-sama earlier, and there's literally the whole trained to sing, or training to sing arc, or I guess training to rap arc. And this isn't like... Sorry, this isn't a crazy premise. I mean, it is kind of a crazy premise, but it's unique. I mean, I'd be interested to see it if not for the fact, again, I don't feel like this is going to break top 10. Could surprise me, but I mean, let's find out.
あの日はなんだか蒸し暑く息苦しかったのを覚えています。僕はずっと誰かに見られているような気がしてなりませんでした。
Okay, the size difference helps the age thing. I love the heavy lining though. I always love heavy lining.
歌？よー。
俺はずっとこの一曲で勝負してきて。
音程外れてますよ。
ほんま？
ヤクザ怖っ。困ったことになりました。
家どこ？
ヤクザに家は教えられません。
車に乗ったらもうアウトや、さとみくん。
Yeah, I mean, you're already in his car. If he was going to do anything with you, he would do it, right? But, I mean, it's pretty funny. Again, I don't know that would beat out the other comedy that I was almost going to put into the top 10. But in a worse anime year, this could be something. It has good art. The premise is fairly unique. I would want to see where this goes, right? You know, like, analyze this, where you have the mob boss and then the therapist. Kind of like the idea of a fish out of water combined with the mafia is a pretty old premise, but doesn't get explored all that often. This could go somewhere, but unfortunately, you know, as I said, our list is pretty packed with pretty good stuff. The higher up you go, like, I'm still willing to put this pretty high, but it just, you know, the higher we go, the less likely it is to get anywhere. Let's see, I would put this somewhere. Again, I would probably put this at the same level at Bad Girl. The problem is we can't do matchups here. So if I said this was like Bad Girl had a pretty good art style. This has a pretty good art style. Bad Girl is... You know what? Actually, I think this is going to replace Bad Girl. Which is odd, because you usually don't get something this good, this low on the list. But I'm going to say this is our new 14. Actually, no. Sorry, this is going to be our new 15. The thing that just re-entered my mind is the element this is based mostly in music, and I have literally no interest in music or learning music. Whereas Bad Girl might be more of a, hey, let's pretend to be bad. It doesn't base itself in something that I'm not going to be interested in from the get-go. Alright. Machu sa kimi ni. Hayashi's frank, guileless demeanor quietly draws the attention of classmates and strangers as he counts all the stairs in school, photographs street signs, and dries sweet potatoes on the classroom balcony. In a world shaped by conformity, Hayashi is refreshingly and unapologetically true to himself. Conversely, Nikito has worked very hard to perfect a gloomy, dour facade that keeps his classmates far, far away. While much of the school regards Nikito as a bad omen, one student catches a glimpse behind the mask and, undeterred by rumors of bad luck and supernatural powers, begins to pick away Nikito's carefully crafted persona. I don't know why they say one student when the only other student we've introduced so far is Hayashi. So, clearly it's Hayashi and Nikito. Slice of life, too. We've gotten so many of those this season. Pretty dirty poster. I guess we'll find out. I guess the plants or whatever. Oh, sorry, 23rd Division newcomer. I'm sorry, the art looks exactly like the karaoke people we just saw.
Karaoke Iko.
What? That is the karaoke people. What? What? Let's go to the website. No? That's the website for karaoke. Okay, I'm mousing over this, right? And it says karaoke much USA, and this is called MUCHUUSA. Whereas, is this the same thing twice? Hold on. When I click this, I get taken to this. When I click this, I get taken to this, which is different. Source captivated by you. Source, let's go karaoke. Yes, they are two different things. The website messed up. But the trailer, I guess, is the same website. And this is the same thing. And this is the same thing. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, hold on. Let me just look it up. Okay, I guess there's already a live action show about it. Yeah, looking it up, even this is the trailer for... Okay. Officially, this is the first time I've ever had to give a no score. Because I don't know what the hell is going on here. Okay, I'll admit I wasn't very interested in it, but certainly would have given it its own fair shake if it was a real thing. Utago wa Mille Fuli? Anime adaptation of the a cappella music project. Oh, these never turn out well.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
That wasn't bad.
一度しかないじゃないですか、高校生活。好きな歌を歌っていい感じの青春を過ごしたいじゃないですか。私たちは
That's not horrible.
アカペラは声だけで構
Not a
成され
super
た
fan
音
of
楽
it, but it's not
あんた
bad.
がさっさとコーラスできるようにならないと私が気持ちよく歌えない。
悪くないものだよ、アカペラ。
Yeah, I'm not
こんな私でも
not against
青春を
acapella.
送れるかもしれないっていう予感。マイナーって人と違うってことじゃん。
I can't like imagine acapella being a youth thing.
人前で喋りたくない。
私の何がわかるってのよ。本気じゃない人に。
I mean, that's a different sort of problem to
手
have.
をつなごう。何を感じてるか感じ合おうよ。わかる。私も自分が好きじゃないから。でもそれでも私はアカペラをやれてよかったから。歌声はミルフィーユ。
I wish there was more acapella in the trailer though.
話さないようにします。
Because I feel like the entire show is going to be comprised of the acapella itself, right? And they only did the thing at the beginning. But if I was going to judge this on how I would want to see it, I feel like I'd want to see that acapella element itself first, or hear that acapella itself. Because if it's not good, I wouldn't want to invest myself into a 12-episode run on it. So the element you didn't show me, or again, sorry, I just mind blanked on what the word is for hearing a thing. I guess hearing. You didn't let me hear it. So that's like negative there. But I like the premise of the story. Let's see here. I'm gonna say this is probably around the level of Turkey. Am I more interested or less interested in Turkey than this? Probably more interested in Turkey. Turkey had some depth that I didn't exactly... There was depth here, but not as much as I felt with... No, actually. Multiple characters with different problems. all of them not liking each other because of their problems versus one person who inspires the team to want to win, but also kind of ruins their harmony. Yeah, maybe this is the new 21. Took me a minute to figure that one out. Onmyo Kaiten Re Verse. The anime is set in an alternate version of Heian-kyo, the old name for Kyoto and the capital during Japan's Heian era. The alternate version of the city is named Denji Heian-kyo. A delinquent high schooler named Takuro Nerihira resides in our world, but after an unfortunate accident is transported to Denji Heian-kyo. Here he immediately meets Tsukimiya, a woman he has seen many times before in his dreams before. Sorry, the before thing twice throws me. Many times before in his dreams before. Hardly a moment passes after that encounter when Takuro and Tsukimiya encounter an Oni monster and lose their lives. Takuro awakens, stunned to find himself again at Denji Heian-kyo. He puts together that he has the power to go back in time. Now he resolves to learn this world's version of mystical Oni Myojutsu techniques and become an Onimyuji sorcerer to save Tsukimiya. I mean, you already went back in time. Didn't you? I mean, if you're back in time, she didn't die. So just don't do the thing where you encounter the Oni again, unless they're indicating that the Oni comes after them. See, this isn't a bad premise. Also, for some reason, I thought I saw him on a bicycle. Maybe it's the helmet. I thought I saw him on a bicycle because I kept thinking about the girl who leapt through time. I mean, this has promise. I could see this going somewhere. All it has to do is not fuck up the trailer.
絶対助け出す異世界だろうが何度死のうが電磁平安京月宮さんは半月後に
Electromagnetic
危ない時助けてくれる
俺に陰陽術ってやつを教えてくれいいですよ
So, ReZero again.
これくらいできなければ闇カオルで戦う資格はないおい陰陽師をなれるなあいつまさか
聖地来たよ
今度は絶対に守れそのためにめちゃくちゃ強くなってやる一撃で仕留めるぞ秒で終わらせるよ俺にもやらせろ
電磁平安京の人たちを少しでも元気づけたいの
Okay. So it's like Spellbinders meets the girl who left through time.
いないよりマシだやってやる電磁平安京は私が守る陰陽回転リバース7月2日放送開始
Man, it looked bad. I didn't like some of the fight scene animation. That could just be me. Again, maybe like Spellbinders, which again, if you're not a fan of like I remember late 80s, early 90s. I'm gonna say early 90s. New Zealand young adult, no, not even young adult, like teenager based TV shows, live action. ReZero, Girl Who Left Through Time. Maybe Kenichi, Strongest Disciple. Like, I'm feeling a lot of inspiration from this. It's original, though. I do get a lot of slapback with the original content. I don't know. Let me, let's take a look here. Unfortunately, I don't think this is... if the problem is, if, like, Sakamoto Days wasn't in this, I could see myself putting Onmyo and Sakamoto Days as a thing. But I'm still very interested in Sakamoto Days' story. God. Not removing My Dress Up Darling. I'm not removing Rascal. Discover that Hikaru died feels more in line with my kind of thing than a Shonen Jump thing. Let me just take another quick look at this. Oh, right. Literally, I'm comparing it against the other time jump thing, which itself is based on the light novel, which means it's probably got some source. Let me check out the studio again. Oh, Appraiser class. That's not very good. Oh, but they did Requiem for Vengeance, which, wow. People didn't like Requiem for Vengeance? We really enjoyed Requiem for Vengeance. Huh. Still, that's pretty good. I mean, just off of that alone, I'm willing to give it the benefit of doubt. So, yeah, that doesn't behoove our other guy. So, we're gonna have to put it lower than I was hoping to. Alright, let's see. Still gonna be pretty high up, higher than mid. Let's see. Let us see, where are we gonna go here? Still lower than Panty and Stocking, I think, but higher than Turkey? I want to say higher than Turkey. Let's say higher than Cursed Blood. So it's going to be our new 20. Busamen Gachi Fighter. His looks are negative 255. Touching girls causes him pain, and sexual acts will literally tear him apart. Just what can our ex-salesman Shigeru get in the other world in exchange for such inconveniences? This is an epic tale of one very ugly but ridiculously strong man. What a weird sales pitch.
これが俺マイナス255のルックスまさか本当に異世界
Is this what min-maxing looks like for real?
この世界でもイケメンとブサメンの格差は変わらず絶対神俺が
He's literally looking at stat block.
俺はこのルックスの代償として手に入れたんだ超チートなステータスをブサメンガチファイター
Oh, fuck, man. Look, as a joke, that looks interesting. And not by, like, as a joke, I'm going to say that looks interesting. As a joke is like, what if I gave my character a 3 in charisma so that I could up his strength to, like, 20? But the added element of touching girls causes him pain, and sexual acts will still literally kill him. It's like, well, I don't fucking need that. I still think they could probably do something with that, but that falls into a whole category of anime subtypes that I just don't think... Like, I think they've played their course, right? Oh, ugly guy in the real world becomes super-powered fantasy in the anime world, and it's like, I mean, the problem here is, no matter what I say, it's still going to be ranking better than some shows we've already seen on the listing. Let's see. Under construction. Reborn is better than Reborn as a vending machine. Oh yeah, the trailer fucked up everything. Still not the worst though. The other show, which is just another version of the same show, literally got worse. Under construction though. I'm gonna put this underneath There's No Freaking Way I'll Be Your Lover, because I think that's around the level I would consider it. Osumatsu-san 4, the 4th season of Atsumatsu-san. I don't think I've seen anything of this before. If it's come out anywhere recently, then it's just been, I guess, during a time where I haven't been watching these, or it just completely over my head. Gonna guess comedy, because I forgot to check. So I'm guessing it's just a bunch of brothers that are identical.
海でも行く暑いよ焼けちゃうくだらなくて最高な俺たちの夏がやってくるなんちゃって
Yeah, they're all peeing at once. We got it.
暑いんだからまだ出ちゃダメだよ
I feel like I know Period Films somewhere. What else have they made recently? Bleach. They've done Bleach. They did Bleach and now this. I feel like this is more like a Nickelodeon cartoon that you would watch today. It doesn't look bad, but I just don't really get anything from the trailer. You know, maybe if I already knew the series. But then again, the element that it doesn't look bad. Again, it's just gonna make it kind of middle of the road. Food court, better than this, yeah. Solo camping for 2. This might be on solo camping for 2 level. Which again, didn't feel bad, it just felt against premise. So I'm gonna make this the new 36. Necronomicon no Cosmic Horror Show. It's almost rhymed. We all need a chance to change our lives. The story follows Miko Kurano, who began her dream career as a live streamer under the name Necronomicon. After graduating middle school, admits to spending her days with childhood friend Mayu Asuka and rival Kana Kagarazaka, she's introduced to a new VR game project. Upon encountering the game, the girls start pursuing the irreplaceable now. Will admit, somewhat disappointed. I saw the Necronomicon and thought this was going to be a necromancer anime. Not that it would have pushed into the top 10 by now, but I guess also the idea of a VR game that, I guess technically it's not going to be an Isekai, it seems. It's not going to suck them into the game. I don't know what the irreplaceable now is going to be, though. Just watch the trailer. Let's fucking find out.
Miko-chan, Raibar なんでしょ?
Art style kind of reminds me of Tokyo 24th Ward. I guess specifically just the colorations of everything. Feels like a game show. Okay, that was the interesting. That's what I was talking about when I was talking about Record Scratch. Like, what the fuck was that? At the same time, though, I don't know, that looked fun. That looked interesting. Definitely not top 10 material. Like I said, on a normal, not this season, right? Like in a winter or a fall season where there's kind of a slowdown, that might have broken the top 10. That was interesting. Record Scratch scream at the end. The coloration, the art style, pretty fun. I just don't think it's like what are we looking at here? Interest level high, but not high enough. I think just under Bad Girl. Another Bad Girl gets defeated by this one. I mean, Bad Girl defeats this one still. So another 15. Like, Bad Girl's one of my go-tos. Binin Kokua Shikyo Buebu Hikara. Comedy, magical girl, sci-fi, slice of life. Oh, new series for Binin Kokyo. Relations is provisional and will be. Oh, never mind. I thought that was the name of the thing. Oh, I see. Kind of like Zombie Deskuwa. And I guess this is a continuation of a previous thing. What are you doing down there? Red powder of the ear. I'm gonna guess like a male version of Macross Delta, just without the Macross storyline.
た今地球征服を狙う怪人が誕生しました。
俺は守るぜ。そっちの方がハイカラだからな。
Or Power Rangers, I guess, more than Across Delta. Not exactly the Power Rangers outfits I was gonna guess. That's my dude. That's my dude right there. He's in the wrong show, but that's my dude. It's a very familiar uniform setup, and I don't mean like from JoJo's or anything. I don't know. Very interesting, very funny. At the same time, I don't think it's something I would ever watch on my own. Like, I would if there was like nothing. Like, if this was like, I don't know, 2010s, where I don't remember a lot of anime that I enjoyed being. This is probably something I would have like given an episode's worth of watch just to see what it was like. Like I said, it doesn't look bad. I just don't find anything in there except for, again, my guy. I won't accept freedom without order. It's just something I feel like I've talked a lot about in Gundam Seed, Destiny, and whatnot. All right, where would I put this? I don't know. I don't think I have to scroll up pretty high. Probably just above Grand Blue. So new 39. Card Fight Vanguard. I swear this is a show that shows up every season. Yeah, maybe like every season. Like, they've got a never-ending show to the point that if this won a poll, I feel like this would just be the new forever show. I'd be watching it every week. The 4th season of Card Fight Vanguard Divines, the 3rd deluxe, has finally reached its climax. The heated qualifiers have ended, and now the curtain rises on the final. Who will grasp the title of the strongest in Vanguard? Fantasy, really? This is labeled as fantasy? I thought this was modern day. Yeah, who wouldn't, right? I want to see the best fight. I mean, especially if this is like a real card game that you could play outside of the anime. And assumingly not like Yu-Gi-Oh, where it doesn't follow the rules of the actual card game. Again, none of this means anything to me. You're so far deep into your own... You're so far into your own mythos, I don't know what's... Tree knowing? I'm guessing the first guy was the Seto Kaiba guy. I can't even imagine what the storyline is like in this. Like, I can only imagine like a Magic the Gathering player watching a show where they actually played Magic the Gathering and be like, oh no, that's a rules violation, or they forgot to add a counter on their card. Sorry, I also got like the Pegasus song now stuck in my head, like face up, face down, because they were all doing stand up. I guess you could do a pretty good song based on stand up, because that means so many other things other than, I guess, that must be flipping card up or down. Oh, I hate Morph as a mechanic in Magic. You know, somebody a reminder here. What does Cinema Citrus do? Can we look them up earlier? Rising of the Shield Hero. of course. My Happy Marriage, though. That's the one I keep wanting to watch, but never wins. So they do have some pretty good shows. Oh, damn it, not this one. That's the heartbreaking one. I fucking close my eyes. I want to close my eyes. Close the window. It's the fucking worst. That's the fucking heart. I cried so much when I watched that card fight. You have the opportunity to be great, but there's no way I can put card fight anywhere on the top 10. What would it fucking replace? It's too much. Card fight, you have an opportunity. You come out every goddamn season. One of the other seasons, you can play your shot then. For now, it's going to be pretty low because I didn't understand any goddamn thing that was happening in that trailer. I'll say, only by virtue of having seen so many trailers of it, just above Dr. Stone. Yep, just the one, which, the last one on these lists is literally almost always the worst, which is to say, not for me. Maybe not be the worst for everyone, just not made for me. Which is Gaku Dewa Oshite Koronai Taitetsu Nakoto, which has no description but a trailer. Oh. So literally for kids, like bonus learning material. Not bad. I can't shit on that. That's good stuff. At the same time, not what I want to watch. Sorry, I realized I had 256s there. I'd say 56. Like, I don't want to watch it, but it's not bad. But unfortunately, I gotta rank it on what I want to watch. Alright, so that is it. That is all the trailers, leaving our top 10 to be Night of the Living Cat, Dan to Dan, My Dress Up Darling, Hell Teacher, whatever his name is. Sorry, I just wanted to focus them in there. Sakamoto Days, Gachi, Rascal Does Not Dream of Santa Claus, The Summer Hikaru Died, New Saga, and Arknights. There will, of course, be the poll. At some point, I will make the announcement on Discord. The poll will probably be pinned on the Patreon. Doesn't mean you have to be a patron to vote. It just means that, technically, free members on Patreon, which means you don't have to pay a dime. You just, you're just a member. Also get to vote in the polls. So that is what that means. But yeah, no, that's everything. I don't really have much else to say. There was a lot of really good stuff that I would really be interested to watch. However, we only leave slots for 10 items. That's the limiting factor. And that is the agonizing bit of trying to figure out what to put in there. I am still tearing myself apart that City the Animation didn't get in there. But everything else on that list is so good, or at least seemed to be, that I want to see what it's about. So, that said, I think we're going to wrap up here. So once again, I've been Theta, this has been Stoneface Reactions, and we will catch you next time. Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching another Stoneface Reactions. If you have an idea of another video we could go ahead and watch, go ahead and put it in the comments down below and we'll add it to the wheel. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe and let us know what you thought about this video, what parts you liked. And until then, we'll see you next time. Is this too goofy?